Hey everybody. All right, Adam's doing some housekeeping. We got tenants. What else do we have? Cleaning his to-do list. This should take about probably 20 minutes or so. Then he'll get back to development. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So there were a lot of things that I had written down that do not belong here anymore. I'll just write this in. Before adding content, I should make sure the class kit makes sense. Yeah. We got to write that down. Got to go over to the projects page. And I think we got a content thing here somewhere. Where are you? Add content. Okay, so we added this. And we say, before adding these, make sure they make sense from a design perspective. I had, I guess, very hastily designed them all. Yeah, cool. We'll write this in the scratch thing here. All right, we're making player abilities. I could always just give ones that don't work to enemies. Yeah, I mean, this is an idea. I guess. I don't know. I don't know if I need to save this anywhere. What happens when an enemy uses an AoE ability on a trap? The way they're coded is that they just pick X target, so it may choose the player. Yeah, maybe I'll put that into here. Traps need to think of how they work with AoE. If an enemy uses an AoE ability that targets two things, I guess it could just hit two traps. But otherwise, traps probably aren't helpful. Okay, prototype will need to delete save data. Oh yeah, this is pretty important in case I get into any sort of bugs where you can't load the game anymore. Allow for saving and loading. Add a delete save file as a debug option. I see this mattering if I end up changing the format of save data and breaking an existing save. Yeah. All right, what else do we have? Satirical elements. I'll just write this down in the ideas section. I don't know if this is a good idea or not. Cool idea. Could market the game by doing a tutorial on some piece. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is probably a good thing to do post-prototype if moving forward. Actually, regardless of whether we're moving forward, things to do after the prototype is done. Ask questions below. And it's not actually below yet, but now it is. And then we'll also say, make a YouTube video on something. Maybe a tutorial on how I coded this or some part of this. Or maybe just an overview of the game, etc. Think of, what do I have written down here? Something I'm proud of, maybe. Yeah. Ravi. How's it going, Ravi? You are truly the first today. Actually, when does daylight saving time begin in Europe? Daylight saving time Europe. Last Sunday of March. That just happened, right? I think it's different per country. Well, I wonder if that shifted things. Oh well, anyway. I'm just curious because no one had actually said anything. Hey, Partly, Tom. Next weekend in Germany. Hey, 3D extended. Yeah, then I guess it is different everywhere. I don't know what I even just looked up. So before launching the final game, I think it needs to spend at least 2. Oh yeah, this is. I don't even know where we write this, but yes, there needs to be just a bunch of polish added to this stuff. I guess I'll write this here. All right, enemies that shield themselves. Okay, let's write this down. An idea, I guess. Task: add damage numbers in battles. I don't know if this is important enough to do for the prototype, but I think it's worthwhile to put into polish. Also, I guess we're going to need this if we move forward. Moving forward, pull any tasks, outstanding tasks from here. Mouth still hurts quite a bit. Can't open my mouth more than like 2 centimeters. 0 to 6 feet. Stitches are really annoying. Yeah, I am surprised the pain has lasted that long, although maybe that's normal. I guess I'm just surprised because I'm ignorant, but I hope it gets better for you. I don't know if they've said what the chance of a complication is, but this is probably just standard pain. Yeah, it's counted on a week of issues. Yeah. Yeah. Did he mention any other kind of issues like bugs in your code or something? Funny. Yeah, the code you write for the next week isn't going to be great. You won't have any pain. All right, do I want this? I don't even know where I wrote this. Cleanup stuff. I guess I should write cleanup stuff / polish. Edit. Cleanup stuff and polish. All right, so we write it into here. Add damage numbers. He said it's a skill issue. Add projectiles or animations to make it clear who's hitting what. I think this is another thing that's probably worth doing. At the very least, it definitely fits into the polish section. Make sure you can't change abilities while a battle is in progress, or you can, but it doesn't affect the current battle. Yeah, this isn't really probably super important. All right, get this skill tree to be functional. A table of buttons is fine. Need to figure out what I'm doing about the automation skill. We could just hard code that for now. Yep. Just get it to be functional. Truly, the layout doesn't matter yet. Yeah, I really got to get that through my head. All right, this stuff I still got to absorb at some point. Absorb this stuff. There, we'll just literally write down what I said. And then put instructions right in the game itself about the feedback I want. I thought I had something like this here. Do I consider giving the player a set goal, add an automatic timer? Consider adding feedback directly into the game. Yeah. Yeah, that was already there. Why does this already... Yeah, strange. I don't know. Hey, Alex. Ever dived into Vim or Vimotions? Yeah, I have. I've learned them. I just don't tend to use them. I like Vim motions. I just didn't like the Vim sort of ecosystem. And I know you can use Vim motions in other editors, and I just never really bothered with that. I feel like so much of what I do is just baked into my muscle memory now. And I've changed it a bunch over the last couple of years already, and I don't want to change it another time just yet. Didn't have this. There's a chance for a blood clot. Got to go for a check-in next week, so I'll wait that out unless it gets worse. Yeah. Hopefully things start getting better. I think, I don't know. I hope you can just kind of rest and relax. Hey, Broken Crown. Now I can't live without them, but also not the fastest of them. Yeah, I think this is the other consideration. Let's say you could measure your efficiency or something like that on a scale of 1 to 100. And I don't know, just as an example, let's say that I'm at 80. Would I go to, 83 or something with Vim motions? Would I go to 85? Would I actually drop down to 80 or like 75 first and then go up to 85 or something? So I don't know, but I don't think it's going to be a jump like I'm at 20 right now and I'm going to go to 60. So that's part of what has led to me not learning them for VS Code. I just don't feel like there's so much lacking that I would need to do something different. The other thing is, now that I'm on Colmac, I don't know what would make the most sense for Vim motions. Like, HJKL is not in the same position, so even the arrow keys are like weird. But I could make custom layers and everything. Anyway, it's just be involved. Did I end up writing in my journal on Friday? 3/22, was that Friday? Yes, it was. Okay. Well, today is going to be a whole lot of idle ascendants, so we're going to write that down. All right, we're almost done with the to-do list housekeeping. Yeah, this is done. Throw my sub to you. Forgot to use it. Oh, cool. Thank you, Nilox. And thanks for the good luck. I appreciate both things. All right, let's add Rami to the mentoring schedule. What do you think will be the biggest system redesign when you write the game for the final production? It's hard to say right now because I think part of it depends on the quality of the current system versus the one that we had planned. And part of it depends on how much we need to change. So for example, let's say, we have this whole 3 abilities or what's usable. Let's say we change that to being like 9 abilities or something. That could potentially, well, that might not change a whole lot actually. Let's say, I don't know, right now it's your primary character who has 3 abilities. What if it was like any character in your party? Or what if we add parties or something like that in general? These are the sorts of things that could change quite a lot, but they're not even planned yet. So a lot of what I'm doing now is like just kind of quick and dirty way of doing something. And so in the future, it's just going to be polished. But what if there's a missing system entirely? Then it's like, or a completely changed system. Yeah, I guess a changed system. That could represent any amount of work. Wanted to make a meme from the last mentoring session, Cave Goblin. Oh yeah, I got to add your new session in here. So let's see, we said it was going to be April 24th. All right, so we'll just copy paste this, paste values only, and April 24th. Why did it remove the time? What? All right, well, whatever. Let's just type it in then. Okay, there we go. Okay, so tenants. Let's go look at our tenants. I like this process generally. All right, tenant review. All right, light on post-stream to-dos. I don't think this has really changed. This hasn't really changed. I don't like how many things are on my list, but they're not that important right now. Yeah. All right, get to the point. Struggling a very tiny bit with this when it comes to idle ascendance features. E.g., the skill tree really doesn't need to look good, but I kept getting stuck on that part on the layout. Yeah. In general, though, I think it's a good guiding tenet for me. Hey, Goose. Good morning. All right, sustainability. How are we doing on this? Not going great. I think I'm working harder than normal on idle ascendance, but then I was also improving the YouTube bot off stream. Oopsie. Yeah. Also, I think I haven't been as regular about breaks. All right, embracing failure. No real opportunity for this. At least not as far as I remember. All of last week was pretty much just idle ascendance, right? Game design, then dev, and some mentoring. Yeah, I don't think there was really any. Yeah, I don't think there's really any problem with that. Community. Need to make another push for this, probably. And successes. Okay, so successes. Game design went well. Moved right into the prototype and had fun and made a lot of progress there. Then I'd say mentoring is still going well. Any other kind of major things here? I think it's mostly been around idle ascendance and how that's been going. Oh yeah, scheduled another interview. We're gonna be doing that this week. Programming can be fun. You, you need a lot of wisdom, a lot of teeth providing that wisdom to know that it can be fun. Some people have that removed. So I think the actual problems here, when I think about this, is really just this one, the sustainability thing. And in this particular case, I think the only real issue is the breaks part. So conclusions need to be careful about my breaks. The negative colored cupcake, yeah. All right, I think we're pretty good there. So now what else is listed on this? I'm pushing pretty hard lately, thinking of finishing the prototype, doing April Fools, and maybe taking some time off and starting full-time development of the game. Yeah, so here's my plan for this week. This week is like 95% coding the prototype, and then 5% interview with Steve. And this is going to be on Wednesday. And then next week, Monday is going to be April Fools. I have some ideas planned, but they're small. I don't know what the actual content's going to be. We might just sit around and chat. And then hopefully sometime that week, like finish the prototype and release it, and then take some time off probably. That's kind of what I'm thinking of. I am still planning to do a code review, although I don't know when that'll happen. So yeah, unfortunately I don't have a lot figured out there yet. April Fools. Not sure what the main content will be. Maybe just chatting about stuff. Maybe prototype stuff. And then this week I should maybe plan to do a code review. And then release the prototype and take a break. Yeah. I mean, you'll stream tomorrow and Thursday? Did I? So, no, sorry. Yeah, I forgot all about Tuesday. Yeah, I just ignore this. Okay, today is going to be coding, like 100% pretty much. Tomorrow is going to be off for YouTube. Wednesday is going to be an interview and then coding. Thursday is going to be off for April Fool's prep. And then Friday is going to be coding. So this is the proper schedule for this week. That's what I'm planning to do. And the big question is, like, will these chunks of coding time, because we probably have about 17 hours of coding we can do, will that be enough to finish the prototype? Because I think that would be amazing if it were. I don't think it'll be enough. In fact, I'm pretty much certain it won't be enough. So yeah. Anyway, we gotta get started soon, I think. Okay. This was a pre-launch idea. I'll just write this down later, whatever. All right, so write code to dynamically form the skill table. Let's go edit the today command. Adam is continuing to work on idle ascendants. Today is all about the skill tree system. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. Also, hi, Gluska. I don't know if I said hi. So write code to dynamically form the skill table, so I don't have to wire up 15 plus buttons, just get it to be functional. The layout doesn't matter. Okay, let's really remember that. The layout doesn't matter. We're just getting this to be functional. So we could do pretty much exactly what we did here and just have a bunch of grid containers inside of a VBox container. And like I said, since it doesn't have to be functional, I think this is fine. I mean, it's not going to look great, that's for sure. So then I need to think of how we're going to do this. For now, I guess we could just hard code a bunch of this into the script itself. In the future, we want to make it so that you could dynamically change this based on which character is backing it. But yeah, I'm not going to... What's going on here? Automation level not present? I think this is stale. Yeah, it's stale. So we'll just reload this. Hey, Minkler. Did that fix this or no? Yeah, cool. All right. So we're not even going to save these grid containers. I guess I kind of want to... How about we just don't touch this yet? We'll have it so that we add in like 5 more grid containers, and then we'll delete the ones that exist. So we'll do something like set up skill tree. I don't know. This is kind of a weird name for a function, but... So VBox container as VBox. Actually, I want to do things this way. I'll just say container equals this. Hey, Zenith. Okay, then we're going to add in a grid container with a label and 3 buttons. So grid container equals grid container dot new. Grid container dot columns equals what, 4? Yeah, 4. And then I think that's all we really need there. Then we want to add in a label. So we're going to add this there. Good, cool. Okay, now we add in a label. Label equals label.new. Label.text equals skill name level. Now, obviously, this should not just say skill name level, but for now, that's good enough. Then we add this to the container, and then we add in 3 buttons that currently just say mod 1, mod 2, mod 3. So for I in range 3. Oh, wow. Good job, AI. Button.disable doesn't need to be the case. And then add this, yeah. All right, so that should be it. Oh, this only adds 1 grid container. I guess we need to do this. So like func add skill, whatever, sure, fine, let's write this out. This is not at all what I want, is it? I guess we want to do this inside of... Well, I guess that's what setup skill tree is kind of doing here, right? We're adding in 1 container. All right, yeah, fine. So this is really add skill to tree. Add skill to tree. And then we want a setup. Why is this not suggesting it? I got to type stuff. And we're going to add 5 skills to the tree. So for I in range 5, add skill to tree. And that's it. Okay, now try and tell me this is wrong. Too few arguments. Oh yeah, I don't need this. The AI added this. All right, so now we should have 10 rows in this table, I think. I can't actually see it all. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so we added the 5 more. Yeah, good, cool. All right, so now we have it fill in with proper stuff. So we'll say var skill names equals, yeah. All right, now what are the actual names? Slash sweeping arc crush. Sweeping arc crush, rallying cry, and wild strike. And then we'll put in the levels, I guess. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. All right, add skill to tree, skill names I, skill levels I. This should take in the skill name and the level and add that here. %s, %d. Should just know what I want, yeah. All right, now what is the problem here? Skill names is a string. This should be an int. Cool. And then we can delete this entire set of grid containers, right? I think so. What did it just ask me for? Delete related what? Delete related animation tracks. I don't even know what that is. Probably if you have an animation player. All right, nice. So now we've dynamically formed this, and when you put all 4 points into here, it lights all of them up. How did it even do that? Okay, I guess I coded that the other time. Clicking the buttons doesn't do anything yet, though. Yeah, so when you do click one of those buttons, it should add to your skill point. Okay, so let's go back into the task that we have here. Add skill tree. So what do we have? Convert what I've done into code so I can set up proper listeners, proper text. Okay, don't allow clicking a button until the requirements, character level, previous skills being unlocked or satisfied. I think tooltips are the next big thing. And that's where we left off, I'm pretty sure, because we couldn't set up tooltips without having access to each of these buttons. So each button needs a tooltip. So we would say something like button dot connect what mouse entered. Self to on mouse entered. This won't work, right? Because we're gonna connect a signal, but we won't know which button it is. And we need to. So I need to like make a callable that passes in which skill and which level this is and which mod it is. So GD script callable with arguments. Is that doable? Callable.call. Oh, bind. Wow, it is. Returns a copy with one or more arguments bound. Well, well, well. Okay, so how do we make a callable and then bind it? Where's the syntax here? Well, well, well. All right, so we're going to make a callable here that is going to be testeroni. And I think we can just do this, right? I don't know. Let's try that out. Func testeroni. We're just going to say print clicked and then set this to be the callable. Has no static type. Do we need to say that it's a callable? Okay, yeah. So what's going on there? So now when you hover over a button, it should say clicked. I don't know why I said click and not hover, but whatever. All right, so I hover over this. Yep. And it doesn't care that it's disabled. And we don't want it to care that it's disabled because these are tooltips to figure out what the skill does. And you might want to do that even if you can't afford the skill yet. So now we want to bind this. Callable.bind. Now, how do we do this? How do you call bind? Takes var arg const. Yeah, so I think we want to bind in 3 things. The skill name, the level, and the mod number. And then we take that stuff in here. Skill name, level, mod number. The mods need names at some point, but that'll work for now. All right, so hover, and then just print out all that stuff. Yeah. All right, let's try that. Okay, so it broke. Why did it break? Error calling from signal to callable. Method expected 3 arguments called with 0. How? Does this... How? Get bound arguments. Can we... Hey, playing with scissors. DB bot, not mod at number 1. You'll have to fight EJ for that position. He's self-appointed head mod. Sorry, there's no getting around that. I don't know how you do this. Yeah, I don't know how you do this. What a call. Huh. Maybe bind returns a new callable? Returns a copy. Aha! So what we just need to do is put the bind over here. And that's it. And now I think we're good. No, we're still not good. Not all arguments converted during string format. Oh, that's an easy one. Oh, because I didn't write anything here. Oh my God. %S, %D, %D there. Cool. Yeah, check it out. So now down here, when I hover over /mod0, it says hover /10, hover /11, hover /12. Then same thing, sweeping arc. Good. And crush. Yep. Then I'm doing those backwards, and I'm doing these forward. Yeah, nice. You're the last added mod. Yeah. Yep. You might even be mod number 0 that way. All right, nice. We are hooking all this stuff up. So this is on hover. Let's change this from callable to on mouse enter. And this will be like on skill hover, I guess. On skill hover. Cool. And now what we want to do is we want to show a tooltip. Did I ever make a tooltip? I don't think I did. No, I don't see it here. Yeah, I don't see it here. Okay, what is this language? This is GD script. It's Godot's scripting language that they have. Tooltip. I guess we need to plan what the tooltip is going to look like. Although really it should just be a rich text label. I guess that's fine. Yeah, rich text label. And then oh, here it is. It's right here. Look at that tooltip. I didn't need a scene because I just put it right in this scene. Okay, so we just need to make the tooltip show. And this is in the skill tree. So tooltip.show. And this is what? A control? I think it's a control. Yeah, it is. All right, so that's on skill hover. Now we need on mouse leave. Now, it doesn't matter which skill you were hovering over. When you leave one of these buttons, we want to hide the tooltip. What if you leave it in order to hover over a new one? Wonder which one works first. Because if it's the enter of the new one, we might end up hiding this. So maybe we keep track of what the tooltip is showing for. We could do that. But then we would need on mouse leave to have the same sort of thing. Anyway, on skill hover, what would the opposite of hover be here? On skill stop hover? I don't know. It's pretty stupid. Whatever. All right, so mouse entered, mouse exited. And I guess we should call this on mouse exit. And then put this here. And we call it on skill stop hover. You know what? This is a minor polish thing, so maybe we just write hide here, and then that's that. And then don't have any of these parameters here. I don't even know if I want to write it to do item here. Went on a vacation to grandparents' farm, pretty relaxing. Now I'm getting ready to being looked for a job. Not really looking forward to the entire process. Yeah, the job search process sucks, but the vacation on the farm sounds good. Sounds like a real life Stardew Valley. Did you mine any ore while you were on the farm? Or potentially kill any slimes or something? Okay, yeah, so here's our tooltip. It says this is a test. I mean, clearly that needs to be moved. Oh, sublink. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I like, you know, my mission statement of whatever it was, make, learn, inspire, and have fun. I really should memorize my own mission statement, but it's true, and it applies to more than just the tech stuff. So glad you enjoyed those videos. I'll probably do a few more of those. I think the next video I want to make is going to probably be like a pretty straightforward one on like Cloudflare tunnels or something. It'll probably just be a quick tutorial. That's what I'm leaning toward for tomorrow, at least. Then maybe I do more game dev. I don't know. Okay, so we want this to show up at the mouse. We want it to probably show up with a background. Can you set a background on this thing? I think you can. Colors, styles, focus, normal. Yeah, there it is. Normal. So style box flat. So if we put that here, yeah, that would work. Okay, well, let's just keep that there then. All right, so now we need to set the rich text labels text. So var rich text label equals tooltip slash rich text label. Man, I cannot type. Okay, there. All right, now we want to set the text of that. It's BB code text. Are you serious? No, it's just text. Okay. Let's try that out and see how that works. Then we need to just reposition it. Yeah, nice. So you can see here, it says skill slash mod 0, 1, or 2. Same thing here, sweeping arc, crush, rallying cry, wild strike. Nice. Hey, Banana. Never played Stardew Valley, so I don't know what I did that'd also be in the game. I did make, so I'm assuming there's a word missing. It did make from firewood. Well, in Stardew Valley, it starts out and you find out that your grandfather left you his farm, and you get there and it's, you know, in shambles. And then that's it. It's like a farming game after that. But yeah, I know your grandparents didn't leave you the farm necessarily. Hey, Zaphoid. All right, I'm very happy with this so far. This is working great. So now the tooltip, var tooltip, no, it's just a control equals tooltip. Then we can do this. And then we need to position it. So the positioning is not super straightforward. Rect position, what? Isn't it just layout? Oh man, yeah, this might not be easy. What's this called? It's called position. Can we just change it? Yeah, we can, although this is not in terms of screen coordinates. This is gonna be a mess. Yeah, this is definitely gonna be a mess. Because if I do this here, the mouse position is 0. And if I do it way down here, the mouse position is going to be like, whatever, 800 and 600 or something like that. All right, well, let's just get something to look good enough here. Position, we need, yeah, sure. Let's just try that and see what happens. Cannot call on an expression. Oh, whoops, how did that happen? Okay, where are we at now? Yeah, this is what I was worried about. Now it's always going to show. Whoa, it's relative to, yeah, this is messed up. Also, we need the tooltip to not absorb mouse events. How do we stop that? Mouse. Filter stop, filter ignore. Yeah. Man, the positioning of this is going to be obnoxious, but at least now the mouse event shouldn't happen like that. No, it's not ignoring them. What did that just do? Maybe the rich text label also needs to ignore it? Ignore. I think that'll get it to work. Yeah, nice. Okay, now it's ignoring them at least. But yeah, we need the positioning to be correct. Let's not even worry about dynamic positioning for right now. Let's just always show it. No, we do kind of need to worry about dynamic positioning, or you won't be able to read this. Ah, man. Can we set global position? I don't think this is going to matter. I think we need to do we need to make a couple changes here. Yeah. Yeah, like I don't even know where this is. Yeah, you can see they're getting like more and more offset as I look at the lower skills. All right, well, I think the real way to fix this first is to get it so that this skill tree is not in world coordinates. Like I shouldn't be able to move the skill tree around like that. And I can't think of exactly how we would do this other than to put this in the same coordinate system the camera's in. I prefer fixed tooltip position so it doesn't hide the other buttons. I think it depends on how big the skill tree is. I think typically you'd want it to show over the cursor. Like if I go to the, I know I've been going to this a lot, but the Diablo 2 skill calculator, I think the way D2 did it, whoops. Yeah, like they showed based on where your mouse is. I think this is how World of Warcraft worked as well. I'm guessing this is how Path of Exile works. skill calculator. Yeah. I know this is a website and not Path of Exile itself, but yeah, you can see as I hover over these things, they're showing where the mouse is. Yeah, I think that's better for skill trees because typically skill trees are big enough where you'd want the tooltip to be next to where the mouse is. But at least that's how I plan on doing it. All right, so yeah, so we need this to show up in the right coordinate system. And the ideas for that, add the UI as a child of a camera or want it in a canvas layer. You need the world to be in a canvas layer with a layer lower than the UI layer for that to work. Isn't it already in a canvas layer? The world at least? Yeah, game is a canvas layer, but then the UI isn't. Can I just like move the skill tree over to here? I don't think you can do that. No, maybe if you pause first you can do it, but even then I don't think you can. No. What if we add a... We can't do that though. I don't know. I don't know how we would do this. I should probably look up canvas layer and figure out what it's supposed to be used for. Godot canvas layer. We drawn in that layer. Default 2D scene renders with index 0. So canvas layer with index -1 will be drawn below and 1 will be drawn above. They can optionally follow the viewport. Oh, wait, yeah, there. Yeah, that's probably what I want. So then what if I just put this into a canvas layer? I guess the whole skill tree. Where does the skill tree get added? In the world? I don't know where I put a skill tree. Let's just search for it. Yeah, in the world. And what, it's dynamically added? Okay. So what if instead of dynamically adding it there, what if we made a canvas layer? Canvas layer. Actually, let's just do this in the editor. It's easier. World map. And add in a canvas layer. And then set that this follows the... Ooh, what? Enabled on. Yeah, let's just do that. Okay, now instead of adding this here, let's add this to the canvas layer as canvas layer. All right, does that fix our problem? No, it does not fix our problem. Was it added correctly at least? There's now a canvas layer and in that is the skill tree. Yeah, it was added correctly. What if I turn follow off? This does not seem to matter. Nor does this. What is this? Follow viewport scale? How do I reset this? What does this do? If enabled, it will use the viewport's transform, so it will move when camera moves instead of being anchored in a fixed position on the screen. Oh, wait, I want it in a fixed position on the screen though. I don't know what to do here. None of this looks like it's doing anything. Even the rotation isn't doing anything, and I'm pretty sure that should be pretty obvious. Oh boy. So don't follow the viewport? I mean, I don't think it's gonna matter, right? Oh, hey, there we go. Nice. Okay, so I got it on the screen now. So I guess it did just need to be in the canvas layer. All right, well now it's tiny. I want it to be bigger, I guess. I think that's scale. We'll set it to 2, 2. Yeah, all right, that's a little better, I guess. Okay, so now we want to add the tooltip into the, well, I guess it's already in the skill tree. So I guess we could just put it in terms of coordinates relative to the skill tree, right? We're setting the tooltip's position, so the mouse position, this should just be position. Out of curiosity, what is the difference between global position and position? Relative to the world, usually to the canvas layer. I mean, I guess that's fine. What is the mouse position relative to? In the viewport. Why doesn't that work? because of where, oh, I see. Because no, the skill tree should be at 0, 0 though. Yeah, why doesn't that work? Oh, because of the scale? I think it's a scaling effect. Yeah, probably. Okay, so let's just see if that's the case, then I should be able to set the scale to 1 and not have that happen. Where did the world map go? Here. Yeah, we just revert this. And now if the tooltips are in the right position, then at least I know what's going on here. Yes, that was the problem. Okay, so we need it to get multiplied by the scale then. So in our case, get mouse position, I guess, divided by oh, it's not even the tooltip though, it's the, oh, how will we do this? We need to know what the scale of this thing is, but it's like, it's derived scale divided by, I don't know, tooltip dot scale. Is that even a thing? I don't think that's a thing. It is a thing? Does that work? I'd be kind of surprised if this just works. No, it does not just work. I don't think the tooltip has a scale. I think we need to figure out what its like derived scale is. I don't know how to do that. Hey, Jack. Godot. I don't know. This probably doesn't make any sense. Derived scale. Like, how do I figure out its determined scale accounting for parent nodes? Scale, is that a thing? Come on. Is there like a computed scale? Godot computed scale? Yeah, relative scale maybe? I'm not sure. Hey, Hagerman. Had any luck for questions like this on ChatGPT? ChatGPT? I don't usually even try for it for whatever reason. I probably should give it a shot, but I don't feel like I've had great success in the past. Let me search for scale. I didn't write anything about this. Let's also search for GScript documentation scale. Did they mention this somewhere? Should be on what, a node, I guess? Using viewports, importing images, audio buses, resolution scaling. It's on everything. All right, well, let's look at node 2D. I think scale is here, right? Yeah. Global scale. There it is. Oh my God. You think that would have been easy? Global scale. All right. Now, how does that work? It broke immediately. Invalid get index global scale on base control. So controls don't have a global scale? That's a shame. Let's go find out what control does have. Why don't we? Get theme default base scale, pivot offset scale. Mainly intended to be used for animation purposes. Tree process frame, what? Seriously? Seriously? All right, here's my problem with this. I scaled up the parent, right? It's the canvas layer that has the scale. So the tooltip doesn't actually know that it's scaled, but the tooltip also shouldn't know that it's inside of a canvas layer. There's got to be some way to get this in a smarter way. I guess let's just not worry about the smart way. Let's just get the parent, fine. Tooltip.getParent.global scale. It's probably not even called global scale at that point. It's probably just whatever this is. Yeah, which is just scale. All right, so now what's the problem? Scale is not a property on a bird type node. Yeah, well, we know it's a canvas layer. This is stupid. This is really stupid. I mean, the code I'm writing is stupid. There's probably a smarter solution for this, but why even worry about it? That broke. Oh, the tooltip has its grandparent. Oh God. So we need to get parent.getParent. Yeah, this is super hacky, but I think it should work at least. Yep, it worked. Okay, well, we're committing this hack because it's a prototype. So the tooltip is a child of the skill tree, which itself is a child of a canvas layer, so that it shows in screen coordinates. The canvas layer is scaled though, so we need to apply that same scale to the tooltip's position. There is almost certainly a better way of doing this, but I'm prototyping. Yeah, there. Now, let's write that a canvas layer is what we should use in this solution for putting a UI in screen coordinates. When working with 2D scenes, the UI isn't just automatically placed in screen coordinates. I believe this is what you'd use a canvas layer for, and that is this. All right, and the important part is to just add a canvas layer. Make sure follow viewport is off, I guess. What is this called? Follow viewport enabled. Follow viewport enabled should be off in that case. All right, cool. We're making progress. So now we have our tooltips, and I want them to be offset from the mouse a little bit. And then I also want them to not go off the bottom of the screen. Now there's no way to test that here because we can't move this, but we're going to need to test it. So we'll have to make a really, really, really long tooltip. Yeah. So how do we want to do this? The global position should be a little bit to the right of the mouse. So mouse position is what, a vector 2? Yeah, so mouse position. Now we do mouse position dot x plus equal 30. Offset the tooltip a bit. This comment should go down to here. All right, well, that's all I've done so far. Is that working now? I don't know if I need to restart this. What if I say 300? Yes, that is working. Okay, cool. So the offset is working. Now we want to make it so that we can't put it off screen. So I guess we just say tooltip.global position equals vector 2. Or we could just do this with each individual one, I guess. Global position dot x equals max of 0 and the min of something like this. Take the position x. Yeah, that's probably right. It looks right enough. Whatever. Now we just do this with all the opposites of that. So y and rect size dot y. Yeah, now what? Size is not present on the inferred type of the viewport. Does the viewport not have a size? Probably need to look at the documentation for this. Oh, toggler. Yeah. What am I searching for here? Viewport. What are the child classes of viewport? Sub-viewport. Does sub-viewport have a size? Yes, it does. Var viewport size. I'm guessing this is a sub-viewport. It could be a window. Does a window have a size? They both do. We know that in both of these cases it has a size. Why do I need to cast this at all? All right, well, whatever. I wonder what this is. I wonder, we will need to figure out what it is. Sub viewport.size, and then we just use this. Oh, wait, this is the tooltip size. Is this one? Viewport size. All right, how are we doing now? Rect size is not present on the inferred type. Tooltip is a control in this case. The tooltip is not what has the... Oh man, come on. Yeah, a control doesn't have a rectangle. Oh wait, yes it does. What is this? Size. Oh, then maybe we just do tooltip.size and not .rect size. Hey, look at that. All right, variable has no static type. Sure, this is I think it's a vector 2i. Yeah, how's that? Does that work now? Oh wait, even if it works, there's no way to test it. No way to get size on nil, and it doesn't work. Oh, cool. Yeah. Welcome in, Anti. Didn't realize you stream early. Yeah. I start early a lot of times. My advertised starting time is about half an hour ago. But yeah, today I started about an hour ago. Not sure how you're functioning with such a little autocompletion help, mainly due to bad typing, I think. I'm not sure. I don't know. Yeah. Every once in a while, it's like the language server that's not giving me autocomplete. Every once in a while, it's maybe bad typing, but I should have static types on everything. Hey, Schwartz. Waiting for CI to be in this project? Because I don't think that's probably ever going to be a thing. What did it say? Size isn't allowed? I want to figure out what the type of the viewport is. So let's at least put that here. So if give viewport is window, print it's a window. Otherwise, print it's not a window. It's probably a sub viewport at that point. I want to at least see what is this. Does it know? What did it print? It's a window. Okay, yeah, it's a window. Then let's just assume it's a window the whole time. Where do I do this here? Window. I don't think it matters because it's all duck typing in the end anyway. But that's slightly better. Now, we're still running into a problem here where it can't get the size of nil. What is nil in this case? The tooltip. The tooltip in this case is a control. How can its size be nil? In goal position, viewport size. Oh, no, it might be this that's failing. Oh, in fact, it might be because it couldn't cast the right type. I don't think that's how that works. Oh, it is how that works. Wow, look at that. Oh, waiting for your CI to finish. I see. You don't need an excuse to come into the stream. You can come in even if you have work to do. Okay, so now we need to make it so the tooltips are large. And that way we can test if this code works. I guess the easier way to do this is to just set a scale of this. Just set this higher. Yeah, just set it to like, I don't know, 10 might be too much. Let's see what happens. Whoa, that's huge. Okay, that clearly did not work. Oh, you know why? Because the viewport size also needs to be affected by the scale of the parent. So var parent scale equals this. Yeah, so viewport size times parent scale. I think probably divided by parent scale. Yeah, probably divided by. Variable, what has no type? I don't care about that. Invalid operands. Oh, God. All right, so then both of these need to be vector 2s, not vector 2i's. Invalid operand, vector 2i, and oh, I see. We need to cast this one first then. Try and stop me, code. Try and stop me. We working now? No, we're not. Okay, so then we need to figure out what the size is. Print viewport size, yeah. Let's see. It should be some very tiny number. Yeah, it's 200 by 143. That's probably correct. We can get an idea by doing... Oh, it doesn't tell me the size unless I do it this way, I guess. This is 900 wide, and we're using a scale of 9.2. So 900 divided by 9.2 is 97. This is double that, though. That's not right. Well, I don't know about that. Also, the global position is scaled. I'm missing something here. There's another scale calculation that's missing. I think it's this. I think this is times parent scale or times parent scale dot x. This is messed up. I shouldn't have to do any of this. Okay, there. I think that's working. All right, so now let's try it with a better example. Let's just make the tooltip huge. So we'll just put in a bunch of new lines here. All right, is that enough new lines? Oh, now it just makes it scrollable. Whoops. How do we fix that? Scroll active? If true, the scroll bar is visible. Setting this to false does not block scrolling completely. I don't want it to have to scroll. Auto wrap. I guess I just want the height to increase to however big this needs to be. I don't know how we do that. Oh, fit content. Label's minimum size will be automatically updated. Oh, cool. Okay. Where do we stand on that? Hey, nice. Okay, so this is not tall enough, though. I need it to go off the bottom of the screen. So we need more new lines. I guess let's add in another, like, 10. That's probably too many. Yeah, well, it's not too many, but it did break. It shouldn't be able to go off the bottom of the screen, and it is. Ah, how fun. I mean, I probably messed this up. It's very hard to know. The tooltip's global position is correct here. Viewport size has already been modified by scale. Tooltip size. I just need to print all these things. I got to take a break first, actually. I really want to be more regular about this stuff. So, all right, I'll take a break. And when I get back, we'll continue working on this. Let me write where I left off. Where I left off, figure out why dynamic tooltip positioning isn't working. All right, is it jump time? I'll be back. Oh, it's not actually. Why does this thing never get me? Is it jump time? It's jump time. again, everybody. So yeah, I think my posture was really bad in the middle of last week, and I went and worked out and then hurt myself from just being tense all day, I think. And I'm still feeling sore in my back, so I think standing's probably best. Close the game. All right, yeah, figure out why dynamic tooltip positioning isn't working. So let's print this stuff out. Maybe this will help, maybe it won't. Viewport size. So I want that. I want the parent scale. Parent scale. I want the original mouse position, which is going to be this. Then the tooltip size. Size, yeah. All right, so what do we have here? So this is if I hover over this one. It's a little hard to read these things. I started with viewport size, yeah. All right, I mean, I already see a problem here. The tooltip size is not at all correct. 40 by 40, that would be a square. Did we set the label already? Oh, darn it. We need to set the size including any children that existed. This is always going to be 40 by 40 because this doesn't matter at all. The size actually is completely meaningless. It's the size of the label, I guess. So I guess let's get that then and change this here. There's definitely a better way to do this stuff. And I'm just not going to worry about it. So we'll say label size is the rich text size there. All right, is that better? Does this just magically work now? Yeah, it looks like it's working now. Now what should be done is it should bump this onto the screen. But oh wait, no, it's broken. But the height of the label is at least correct. All right, so what's going on here? 575, and how big is this screen? 659. I don't think we're supposed to multiply this by the scale then. Yeah, I think this was just correct as it is. All right, this might be correct. I think we need to delete some new lines. Yeah, good. Okay, cool. So you can see here, when I hover over these, it's showing where the mouse is. But then as I go lower, since it can't fit on the screen anymore, it's being capped to the bottom of the screen. And if I were to try to position these tooltips upward, then we'd probably see it. Anyway, it's probably just all working. I'm happy enough with this. I think this is fine. If we want to do anything else, maybe we'd position it even farther to the side. Like here, where is it? In Path of Exile, I guess it's just always following the mouse. And in Diablo, oh, where'd that go? Diablo 2 skill calculator. In Diablo, I think it was always positioned based on where the skill is. Yeah, so it doesn't matter where in the button I hover. It's always going to be in the same spot. Oh, except for when you put a point in. That's kind of weird. Yeah, people probably are lurking at work. Also, did this graphic disappear? I refresh, is it there? No, it's just not even there. Huh, they don't have the icon for Blade Mastery. Yeah, there's a little bit of, maybe it's just this one that's weird. Oh, no, maybe it has, anyway, doesn't matter, whatever. I'm happy enough with what we have. I think this is good. So we have a way of seeing what these things would do. Automation needs one as well, I guess. So we want it to be on every button that's in here. Oh, and they might not be mods necessarily either. Okay, so here's what I'm actually thinking now. I think each skill, instead of being a name, a level, and a number, I think what we need to know is like a unique way of identifying every skill or mod in the game. So essentially, like, what are the mods that we have? Let's see if I have an example here. Yeah, so slash has rapid slash, dire slash, critical slash, whatever these things are. These should all just be their own IDs somewhere. And then that way we don't need to track which mod it is. We might need to know which button it came from. But yeah. Okay, where did we leave off then? So don't allow clicking a button until the requirements are satisfied. We kind of did this. Allow for requirements specifying a number of the previous skill. I'm just going to mark these as done for now. So visually show when you don't have the requirements by darkening a skill slot. Yeah, that's done, I guess. Been away a while. What's going on? Hey, Shane. I have started working on a game called Idle Ascendants, and the design document is there. I'll show you the game really quickly. So close out of that. So this is the game. You have a character moving around an overworld. It's all very rapidly prototyped, so none of this looks final. And when you get into a battle, you have these choices of what you want to use. And as you level up, you will eventually automate battles to the point where they're just picking for you. So here you see my character just fighting for itself now. And so you'll choose how you want to level up this character, and you'll choose where you're fighting in the world. You'll eventually get more characters. So that's the brief overview of this. But yeah, we're rapidly prototyping this. It is meant to just test if this game is fun. So a lot of things do not look good, and that is at least semi-intentional right now. Okay, so allow for clicking a skill to invest points. We did not do that yet. We could kind of do it. Like, I'm going to do this in a really hacky way right now. We'll just say like fake skill points is a dictionary. And we'll just set this here. Yeah, this is going to be super hacky. All right, here's what we're going to do. When you click a button, so button.connect, press, yep. And we're going to say on press. Yeah, there. Okay, now we make on press, which is a callable for on skill button click. Takes in a skill name, a level, and I, sure. All right, now we put this in here. All right, so the way this is going to work, and this is why I said this was super hacky, is we're going to go update your level based on what we have in the skill tree. And this will never work. Yeah, this will never work. So we're setting whether buttons are enabled or not. Yeah, I should probably not cut a corner here and just do this the right way, because this is probably not going to do anything for me. Allowing you to invest points should get into the base character that we have. All right, well, what does that mean then? That means probably changing that system I said so that we have a skill ID no matter what. Yeah, I think we need to do that. So let's write this down. Track mods by an ability ID. So /mod1 should be constants.ability_IDs.rapid/ or something like that. So that's number one. Number two is store ability levels in the character data. It should already be there, actually. Program most of the fight and let them get on with it. Yeah, you know, this idea has been talked about a bit in the stream, and I've thought about something like this. And I guess the way I always think about this, and I'll try to make this fast because I have said this a lot, I think that in any sort of turn-based game or like RPG, the strategy you can think of as a player is not usually that complex, but programming it would probably be complex. So imagine, I don't know how Dragon Age works, but I just imagine you have like 4 characters in a battle. Figuring out that you want to like kill the enemy right now might be your general strategy. And then how you do it might be like, okay, well, if it's going to be a long fight, maybe I want to debuff the enemy first. And then, after I've made sure that the debuffs are up, I try killing the enemy. I make sure I'm healed when I can. Like coding all of that, I just don't think it'd be fun. And so some games have done a priority system where it's like, okay, this character should be the healer. So when you get to less than 50% life, make sure to heal. But if you're just making priorities, then I think it's like you're not probably modifying those priorities a whole lot throughout the game. Yeah, that sounds like a good game playing with scissors. I bet that can make upwards of $700. It should already be there actually. Yeah, and then pull the stored levels from the character data. If one isn't found, assume that you haven't learned the skill. All right, so ability IDs. All of these are going to need IDs, and we're not going to do things this way anymore. So the way it was working is that we would go through each of these and we would just say mod whatever. So now we need some ability data. And yeah. Oh, Corey, thanks for resubbing. 28 months too. Nice. 2 1/3 years. So I'm going to need ability name somewhere. Where is slash coming from? Did I just hard code it everywhere? I probably did. Yep. Why is it here twice? What is this? Character select option and then character class. I don't think both of these are needed. Yeah, I don't know what this is doing here, but this probably shouldn't be here. Character select option, this. Yeah, this is all just hard coded, right? All right, ability 1, do stuff. Isn't all of this getting modified anyway later? Yes, it is. Okay. Okay, well, whatever. Then I'm just gonna copy paste this to all of them. Ability 2, do stuff, and ability 3 is do stuff. Okay, that'll at least make it easier to search for stuff like this later. And this is a description, and then this is going to be the class name. So now if I hit play, it could not parse global class skill tree. I don't think I finished something over here, did I? No, I didn't. All right, we'll just pass for now then. Oh, that's still going to be marked as a problem. $6.99, that's a steal. You can make $1 profit. Just take you years and years of work. So where are the ability IDs? Here they are. So we're going to need to add them for everything now. So what do we have? Slash. All right, I'm going to add in all the warrior ones. And I didn't even name some of these. This is so stupid. Okay, you know what? Let's add it more easily then. Let's call it slash mod 1. Yeah, slash mod 2, slash mod 3. Okay, and then what are all the other ones? I guess I have them typed out already. Yeah, right here. Okay, so we're going to just take all of these and we're going to convert them ourselves. So let's search for commas and then press enter, delete that, delete all the quotation marks, or replace any spaces with underscores, capitalize everything. What am I doing? I accidentally just quit VS Code. What I meant to do is press that. All right, KU, there we go. Okay, so here are all of the main abilities. Now we want mods for all of them. So 1, 2, 3, and it's mod 1, mod 2, and well, I messed that up too. There, mod 3. Okay, so here are all the different skills. Let's just put commas on all these lines and then go include them in here. All right, right? That's all of them? Yeah. Now, how do we get this to format so that it's not stupid? That's good enough. I don't know if this is considered valid still. Hey, Casey. Dozens and dozens of pennies. So now these need to be used over here when we set up the skill tree. So it's skill names, and then we have each mod is going to be pulled from this stuff. So I think what we should probably really do here is pass in what the mods are. Mod IDs is an array of ability IDs. Skill name, skill ID is going to be a single ability. Why is this a problem? Never used in the function. Oh yeah, sure, I know. And then level. Level won't actually work. We need to pass in all of the levels that you have. Or no, you could fetch that from the player. Okay, never mind. This might work. You've forgotten it? Oh no. Should have written it down. Could be fantastic. All right, next up, we go take all of the non-mods of these. Here's how we do that. We search for mod, and we just delete all those lines. And there we go. There are all our skills that we want. So now we paste this into here. This is going to be a constant.ability IDs. And we paste it like that. Ability IDs dot. All right, now it says it can't find any of these. I don't think that's true. Yeah, I don't think that's true. We're just going to ignore that. So now when we add all of these, we're going to do skill names. They're not actually skill names anymore. They're skill IDs. Skill IDs. And then the mod IDs. The mod IDs we would need to have, I guess, in another array. But this is an array of arrays of ability IDs. Nested type collections are not supported. Oh, come on. Come on. So I guess we just make it an array of variants. That's a shame. All right, now we want only the mods. So we delete these ones. What happened to the other ones? Slash. Oh, it's not slash arc. All right. So I want to type these in. There. Same thing. This would be constant.ability IDs dot whatever. But now inside this, they're their own arrays. There is going to be a way of doing this in the future that will not look as ugly as this. But like I said, we're prototyping, and this is certainly an easy way of doing things. Expected statement. Oh, darn it. We got to actually like make this look correct. That's still not going to look good. I don't know what tabbing this is expecting. Like, I don't know how you write this out so that it doesn't get messed up. Oh, I guess I need commas here. I forgot those. All right, now I think we're good. Yeah. Single player RPG with bosses and wild bots, sort of like Pokemon. Yeah, an idea like this has struck me quite a lot over the years, and I think that's what led to this game in particular. And maybe this game won't end up being fun, but I like that it's automated, and I also like that you're not actually coming up with the skills or abilities yourself. Because like I said, I think a lot of this would be pretty straightforward. It's like if enemy.life is less than my attack damage, then it's like attack enemy. It's like, this is probably going to be in every single person's script, right? And then it's like, well, okay, how do you make this more complex? Well, maybe there's some buff the enemy has, so now you need to check for buffs, and it's like, and enemy, is not shielded or something. I don't know. It gets to be, I think, just a mess of adding if statements to something. Slash mod 1 is triple. Thank you. Yeah. Appreciate that, Spooky. Okay, so now we pass in the skill IDs and then the mod IDs. Good. And then in here, when we're adding this stuff, we need names of this. We don't have names yet though. So how about we just pass in the skill ID. And here let's pass in mod IDs I. All right, is that gonna work? Level not declared. Oh yeah, I forgot that. Where is level supposed to be? Level is probably just not needed anywhere, right? Oh, we do need this here. Okay, so fine. Var level colon int equals 99. That'll just make it easier to search for later. All right, does that work? Skill name not declared. Skill name is there. Yeah, we want this to be the skill ID. Which means all of these need to change. And these need to change. It's constants dot ability IDs. And then that's not going to work. Skill needs to be %D skill ID. Okay, invalid type array of argument 2 array does not have the same element as the type that's expected. Yeah, I think we need to cast this. Just kind of weird. Value is cast to array but has unknown type. I mean, can I not just do something like this? It's probably going to say I can't figure out what it is. Argument of a, yeah, it's still happening. Line 51, it doesn't know how to do this part. I think all we can do is expect that it's being passed in as an array and not handle this. Yeah, that works. Well, that sucks. Okay, well, anyway, now we have, why does it say skill 3 for all of these? No, oh wait, no, it is skill 3. The mod should change. Yeah, the mod does change. Okay, good. So now here's our thing that looks even less obvious. Yeah, the new point system is great because now there's no like manual command that needs to run. It's just always updated. It doesn't update the page though. So if you keep this open and I give someone a point, you need to hit refresh, but that's pretty minor. So we gotta go get ability data from somewhere. And for now, it's just gonna be strings, but these strings exist in at least a couple different spots. So like slash, for example, showed up here. This should ideally be pulled in from some data. And yeah, I think we'll just throw it in constants for right now. That's definitely the easiest thing to do. So maybe we'll make a const ability info. This is going to be a nightmare of a dictionary to write. So, wow, look at that. We didn't have to write anything, except for that's not accurate. Let's just have it take slash, for example. And let's write out just the one. So description, a basic attack that deals physical damage. Did it copy paste this from somewhere else in my code? It presumably did. No, it didn't. What? Where did this come from then? It just said attack a single enemy. All right, well, whatever. This is fine as a description. I don't really care. And then all this stuff doesn't really matter. I don't care about this stuff either. So just name and description, I think, are all that we really need for right now. And it thinks this isn't a constant expression. Well, that's stupid. All right, identifier description not declared in the current scope. What does that even mean? Has no static type. Oh, because these need to be quoted? Oh, yeah, I guess so. And I guess name happened to work because node has a name. Interesting. They aren't given passively. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's another big change. Yeah. I think they feel a little better to obtain now. Okay, so we have the ability info, and now we want to, I guess we want to write it out for all of these. So we had slash over here. I guess we want all of this stuff. to be in here. All right, so slash, what else do we have here? Sweeping arc. This is attack several enemies. Can I just have it type out something for me? It's not correct. Oh, wait, no. It's because it has the wrong name. Sweeping arc. All right. Type me a good description, AI. Attack all enemies in a cone in front of you. This isn't correct. All right, well, I'm not going to write out proper descriptions for all of these. We'll just have them be the simple ones. All right, and then this is crush. And it is attack a single enemy for high damage with chance to miss. Okay, now rather than write out all the other ones of these, we're just going to give all three characters the same abilities for now, because I am not going to type all this out for now. Hey, Malmsey. Feedback for me? Got a pop-up saying to buy a revive in Jump Royale and it's enabled. Oh man. There really shouldn't be a pop-up to buy something like that. Cool to have that enabled or disabled. Yeah, so that was suggested and it's just annoying to do. I wonder if I could have it just not suggested ever. Yeah, I agree though. That would be ideal. Oh yeah, thanks. How's your week starting so far? It's been really good. I have made progress on the skill tree stuff. I might not be able to show this off. I don't know if you already saw it, unless you just came in now. But yeah, I know this looks very stupid and wonky, and it says like a bunch of numbers here all over the place. But I got tooltips working, and I am about to get it so that it's populating this with like real ability information in the game. So this is our skill tree, which looks pretty stupid. Channel points aren't really important, no. Although highlighting your message is still super expensive. You can revive in Jump Royale, which some people very much like using. Now, what's the problem here? Argument 2 requires subtype array, but the supertype variant was provided. Can I just say as array here? It should know that it's an array, right? Did that fix it? It didn't fix it. Value is cast to array, but has unknown type. I don't know what to do about this. I don't know how to get Godot to stop complaining. There's no way to do nested types for this, so. Yeah. I don't know what you're supposed to do. It doesn't, maybe I could say array of array. Maybe that would work. You can't do an array of something. Okay, yes, that does work. So we probably don't need to cast this internally anymore. Oh, silly. Been swamped with tax season and work, so I haven't touched game dev in nearly a month. Yeah, man, I hate taxes. I started mine on Saturday, and then I realized I don't have a very important form, and I need to get that form. Same. Oh, man. I really don't like doing them. A skill ID is never... Okay, so this stuff doesn't matter. All right, finally, let's get back to what I was doing here. So if we go back to the game, missing a 1099 from a payment processor. Missed an email in December. Yeah, isn't it the worst? At one point, I owed a bunch of money, I think, because I forgot to update my address when I had moved. And so my business renewal form or something went to the wrong address. I didn't even know I needed to renew the business. And then because the business fell out of standing or something, I need to pay extra money to get it back into standing. Ugh. Yeah, well, I only made that mistake once. Then again, you don't really move that often, so I guess maybe I'll make the mistake again in my life. All right, so these we're going to pull in from the IDs that we specify somewhere. So we'll just pass in some ability IDs, var ability or starting abilities, which is going to be an array of constants.ability IDs. And I'm just going to write that to do differ abilities based on the starting class. for now, everyone will just use the warrior abilities. All right, so the abilities are slash, sweeping arc, and crush. Yeah. Cool. So now we delete all of this. And we put this down here. And we set it to the name and description that we need. So for ID in starting abilities, or ability ID, I guess. So now we want to get the, what even is this? Where's constant? I don't know what you, I guess it's just another dictionary, and I don't have proper types on that. Okay, so fine, var ability info dictionary equals constants. What do I call this? Ability info, ability ID, and then we do, oh, this won't work though. We need a number. Drat. All right, so for I in range 3. So how do we get this? Probably like this. Ability ID equals starting abilities I. That's fine. Now the info is this. That's correct. Now that, I didn't even know you could do that. In fact, I don't think you can do that. All right, so we put a %D here. And we do get node on this %I as label. Okay. And then we set the text to the name : description. Yeah. All right. I think we're good. Does it work? Unset, wait, ability info is not present on the type. That's probably just a Godot needs to be updated sort of thing. Yeah, I called it ability info. I think we're fine. Let's see. Out of bounds on index 3. What? 1, 2, 3. What's the problem here? Oh, because this is +1. I don't think that's the only problem. I think there's some other problem here. Yeah, what is this coming from? Line 37. Ability ID. Did I mess this up? Slash sweeping arc and crush. Slash sweeping arc and crush. Maybe you can't do things this way. Hey, Maniac Pine. Hey, Slavic. -1. I think this should be fine. Let's just put a breakpoint here. Just try this out. All right, so what do we have here? I is 0. Ability ID is 3. And ability info should be a dictionary that has, well, this doesn't even know that it exists. But yeah, ability info should exist with 3. Maybe this needs to be casted to a string. That might actually be the case. I don't know how this works. %S, %ability ID. And so this is kind of stupid. Did I stop this? I think I did. No, it just says invalid get index 3. I don't know what's going on here. 0, 1, 2, 3. So slash is 3. This should exist. What's my favorite Wii game? Oh, man. All right, so a slash. I guess we need to look at whether Godot supports non-string keys. And I don't remember what the case is here. Dictionary. I don't know. Hey, Rust. So GD script dictionary keys. I think the syntax is messed up. Do I have another dictionary to find? Let's just go into Godot shooter. I should have some constants file in here. Yeah, there. Godot indexing does not start at 1, no. You don't need those around the keys? Okay. That is something the AI did for me. Guess let's delete those. And let's see how that goes. Okay, now it's invalid get index on a string, but that's because I made it into a string, and probably it doesn't need to be a string. Where did I even write the string part here? Hey, we did it. Okay, cool. Thank you, Monadic Bind. Do you dress up for your streams? Or you just like looking sharp? I mentioned this the other day. I like rebranded myself in 2020. So I figured I would always wear a button-down shirt and make sure I'm shaving often enough. Or trimming, I suppose. I don't ever really fully shave my face. But yeah, if you go back to, if you look at Xtonomous on YouTube, there should be a gigantic playlist on here. And yeah, development VODs. I mean, if you just look at the thumbnails, like this is me wearing a t-shirt, and for pretty much all whatever hundreds of videos you see on here, it's the pre-rebranding days. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, Brian. Okay, so now this is working. We can delete this. And we want all of the characters to use the same text, I guess. So we're just going to delete all of this too. I mean, ideally, this exists somewhere over here. Let's just move them to the other file for now. I don't plan on ever using this. Well, not for a while, at least. Abilities I should add back in at some point. All right, so every character is going to have the same abilities on that screen, so they should look correct, right? Slash, a basic attack that deals physical damage, attacks several enemies, attack a single target for high damage, has a chance to miss. Yeah, so they all have the same ones. Doesn't matter what you choose. And then in here, they're still all just going to say debug attack. So I guess getting this data to be correct is, ooh, what's that? 12 errors. Oh yeah, I don't care about that. Oh, all right, next up, skill tree. So we got to get them to use the right names over here. And we only have names for 3 of these. So I guess if the, how do I want to do this? I guess we should add in all the other stuff, or we just shouldn't make them real names yet. Yeah, let's do that, I suppose. So slash mod 1, we'll just call it slash mod 1 and say add description for slash for this. I kind of wanted to know the description is proper, but let's at least start with that. So then 2 and 3. And we need it for, oh, we need it for everything. Okay, well then just delete this, I guess. We'll add in Rallying Cry and Wild Strike, and then we'll just copy paste everything. All right, Rallying Cry, Shouty, Shout. I'm not going to write out real descriptions for these things. And then Wild Strike. This is probably going to get deleted anyway. Wild Strike. Cool damage attack. Sounds like a Chinese translation on the Google Play Store. Perform cool damage attack. Collect powerful champions. Okay, so now we want all the mods of these. This should be easy. We just select all of these. And then add in 1, 2, 3. And then go up to here and type mod 1. Mod 2. And mod 3. Okay, so everything should be in the game now. Yeah. Great. Any specific reasons? So I was transitioning from working on Botland way back in the day to doing this Adam Learns thing, where I was thinking, originally the idea was I would learn stuff on stream, and that was it. I didn't have a plan to do more than that. And then it turned into I would teach the stuff I learned. And I just thought to have this sort of teacher angle here, I should probably have a more professional look. That was all. Get a manager position at McDonald's. And see it as a big finale for some team move. Cool damage attack. Yeah. Thanks for resubbing. I'm gonna type in Adam Boat as well there. Welcome back. Okay, so now we have all these. So what this means we can do is we can now pull in the information from here. So the name of the skill, bar skill name, equals constants dot ability info skill ID. Yeah. Oh, Magnetic Bind. Thank you too. 4 and a sixth years. I don't trust anyone who looks professional. What are they trying to hide from us? I'm just trying to hide that I'm giving off one-off mentoring sessions with just terrible advice. But as long as no one catches on to that, I think we're good. So this is the skill name. We're going to put this in here. And then the mods are currently mod IDs. They need to be also names, I guess. So we'll put mod name equals pretty much the same thing. Yeah. Oh, and then we need static types for this. I don't think it knows what this is. I think we need to say that it's a string. Wait, what? No. One-off sessions. Don't worry. I didn't do one-off sessions with you. We've done persistent sessions. Or not persistent, I guess sequential. Many sessions. Don't worry at all. And either way, I'm joking about all of this in case it's not clear. All right, ability info is not present in the preferred type. Yeah, this I just need to restart Godot, or at least do this and then retry over here. I wonder if there's a way to update this without having to do this, because this takes a decent amount of time. Little did you know I was just testing you. And what have you learned? That you can't trust people wearing professional attire? Love to hear your take on mine. I haven't done resume review. I don't necessarily mind. Well, I'm probably not going to make it a stream segment. If you want to just send me a Discord DM, I could probably do that. And if you wanted to be public, you could just send it in any Discord channel on my server. But I can't promise I'll get to it anytime soon because things have been super busy. Okay, so do we have all the proper mod names and stuff here? Why is this not working? What is this window? What is this window? There's Godot, but then what's this thing? I don't know what that is. Trying to assign dictionary to string. Okay, I think I know what's going wrong. Also, let's skip the title screen from here on out. Where did I put this? Mod ID. Yeah, this should be a name. Okay. All right, look at that. So / mod 1, 2, and 3, sweeping arc, mod 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. So now they're going way beyond the bounds of the skill tree thing. So all we're going to do for that is we're just going to manually increase the size of the skill tree. Yeah. So we'll put it out to there and just put the close button over here. There are proper ways of doing this. We're not going to do that yet. We're going to do the improper way for now. So this looks fine. And then inside the tooltips, we should probably include the proper name. Out of curiosity, does this do that? Yes, it does. And it puts it in like a nice font at the top. We'll have to do that eventually too. Okay, so the label text has this. The tooltip text, we get the skill ID. We want to put in the skill name. So skill name equal, it should already know how to do this, yeah. And we put that here. Skill name has no static type. Now it does. All right, so now even the tooltip should be correct. Yeah, skill sweeping arc. Probably shouldn't say skill on it. Also, it should probably offset it by at least the amount of the button. Yeah, and if it can't fit, it should put it on the other side of the button. So for now, let's just offset it by more than 30. Yeah, we'll just put this to, I don't know, 60 or something like that. Oh, and maybe even increase the Y position a bit. I think that would probably help too. Like 30. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, that's pretty good. Hey, Kuyati. I don't like the corporate world, but dressed like an executive. Oh yeah, yeah. Playing with scissors. If you want to take banana up on their offer. Gotten every single one of my 5 industry jobs on connections rather than resume. Yeah. Gotten over half of your jobs through connections. Did I get my jobs through connections? I don't know. I'm trying to think. Those two, no. Those ones, because maybe you could argue that, and maybe you could argue that one. I don't know. Yeah, hard to say exactly. All right, so where do we leave off here? The whole point, the reason we did any of this stuff is because, so we did this, store ability levels in the character data. Yeah, so we haven't done this. So character data already has the storage for it here in known abilities. And what would this be? Like, why did I do this? I guess we need this to be ability info or something. I think I wrote this down somewhere. Where is this? I just how you should know which mod number it is. Probably give IDs and mods. Yeah, I did this part, I think. I wrote somewhere what I'd plan on doing. I think it was just in this scratch pad here. Ability data is ID and a level. Yeah, I don't think that's a good name for it though. Maybe it's known, the data structure is known abilities. So I could make it like learned ability, and it's just an ID and a level in there. Could also just be an instance of an ability. I guess it has to be. Yeah, what am I talking about? It has to be. Except for the passive ones are just going to be passives. Oh boy. Oh boy. A referral from an internal employee. I see. Yeah. Playing with scissors, I don't think you need to trust people necessarily. Like, well, you can always just treat their feedback with a grain of salt, and if you end up hearing it from multiple people you do trust, then that gives more credence to it, I'd say. Have to ask you to opt into email newsletters at the time of account sign up. I think it already, well, maybe not in the US, but at least I think it is a law in places that actually care about that sort of thing. So probably California and probably EU. California is generally pretty good about those sorts of things. Anyway, I probably want to store abilities, right? Probably want to store abilities, and they just happen to have the level in them. So what do we have as our base classes here? Ability contains a level. Yeah, and so all of these are going to be passive ones. And if we don't happen to have them, then we assume that the level is 0, like you don't even know it. And we probably want to show that on the button itself. Am I showing it on the button right now? No. Well, I should do that eventually. The worst is when their unsubscribe just doesn't work. It's hard to say that I've had that problem, but I have tried to unsubscribe before and had the unsubscribe page go to a 404. That's been very rare though, I think, and usually it gets fixed. But I've always kind of wanted to report some of these companies. I had this one time, this is probably not worth explaining because it's probably going to be hard to share, but we had some bank, I don't know, and we were working with some person, let's just call them Bob. And we were fine with Bob sending us emails at Bank A. But then Bob switched jobs to Bank B, and Bob took that email list, I guess all their contacts they had from Bank A, and then just also started sending us emails. And I was like, how did Bank B get this email? Like that definitely shouldn't be legal. They shouldn't just be able to take all the email contacts they had when they were at a different bank. And yeah, I was like, please just stop emailing us. But I always wonder if you reported someone like that, where would it even go? What would it do? This was a long time ago now, so I don't think I'd probably report it now. But yeah, I was like very upset that this person, I feel they did not have consent to email us in that case. And if it were just the person, if they were like, hey, how have you been? You know, what's up with your life? I'd be like, oh, there's a personal email. That's fine. But they were trying to act on their new business that they had as Bank B. All right. So I think in order for us to do this, we need to be storing these abilities somewhere. So when you learn it, I need to construct an ability for you, which means I need to start using passive data. Yeah, so should be there. I guess it kind of is. We're just going to store actual abilities. Yeah. Okay, so store abilities needs to be changed, right? This, first of all, needs to come up to here. Store ability information in the character data. I need to construct passive ability instances, the mods. Yeah, oh man, and the automation skill works totally differently. I guess that should also be a passive that gets pulled incorrectly. All right, fine. So convert the automation skill into an actual skill and not just a hard-coded thing in character data. Oh, the unsubscribe button in emails, I think, is a federal thing. I think there's something called the Can Spam Act, and I'm pretty sure that's federal. Yeah. National standards for sending commercial emails gives consumers the right to opt out. But I think California generally has better laws when it comes to privacy than the rest of the US. Could I have a Discord link? You're responding to definitely report that. That was Banana talking to me, I'm pretty sure, about the well, maybe also apply to the conversation. Yeah, never mind. I don't know. Maybe I'm misinterpreting what that was. Can't imagine that taking that client list was allowed. Most of the NDAs I signed have a section that says I can't take. Oh yeah, I don't think it was allowed either. I think this person probably just thought like, who's gonna know and who's gonna care? And I guess to be fair, like even though I cared, it's not like I reported them to their bank or something. Actually, maybe I did. I don't know. I doubt it went anywhere though. Yeah. All right. Well, we are making good progress here. I think this is the thing I'll do next, and then I'll take another break. So pulling the levels from here, I think I just hard coded it to 99 somewhere. Yeah, right here. So this is add skill to tree. We need to figure out what level you are. Oh, and then we need to update the tree when you have changed any of these. So yeah, when getting a new point, make sure, or when investing a new point, make sure to update the tree. Tooltips at least. And make sure you can't invest too many points in each skill. Okay. Can't talk about all my previous self-employed job because of an NDA. I don't think anything is ever shady if you say you can't talk about something because of an NDA, as long as that NDA actually exists. If you just don't want to talk about your previous job, then um, that is kind of a little bit shady, I'd say. Well, you can be self-employed and have an NDA with another company, for example. Hey, Vafi. It's going well. Yeah, I've been having a good time doing this stuff. So in character data, we're going to say get ability. Oh, we already have that. Well. And so if this doesn't exist, then we're just going to assume that the level is 0, I guess. So var known ability equals character data. Do we even have character data though? Like, I'm not sure how I set this up. I don't even think we did set it up. I don't know. Get ability, skill ID. So var level int equals 0. If known ability is not equal to null, then pull it from there. That should work. Has no static type. This is an ability, I guess. Yeah, that should work. So this should show 0 for everything. If I'm not mistaken. It failed? Get ability failed? Because we don't have character data? Because I probably never set this? Ha 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 ha. All right, where do we do this? Set associated character. Here it is. Okay, so then this can't happen here. All right, let's just delete this whole thing. Let's go to set associated character and let's do set up skill tree there. All right, now it should work. Invalid, get 3 on base dictionary. Oh, we need to code something specifically for when this doesn't exist. Oh yeah, I wrote this down though. Dictionary. There's a way to check if a key is in a dictionary. It looks like it just has. Yeah, there it is, has. So could we return like this or null? There's almost certainly a way to do that. GD script dictionary. I just want to find the documentation for this. Okay, what do we do? What do we do? Here we go. Get and default. Yeah, there it is. All right, so we just do known abilities dot get ability ID comma null. Is this not in my notes, really? Check if key exists, remove it. Yeah. No, you could just use stats.get prop that may not exist default value. Yeah, I probably shouldn't call it stats. I should call it dictionary or something. All right, we're looking good. Yes, we are. So now level says 0 for all of these things. All right, I'm going to take a break, and then we're going to keep working on this. Yeah. Thank you, Anatic Man. Okay, cool. I'll be right back. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Well, well, well. First place win, first second place win. Good job. I mean, I recognize there weren't a lot of players. By the way, for anyone who ever does want to play this, you can just type join in chat. I mean, it even works on this screen. And then you can, practice your jumps when I get back, but I haven't actually closed the game yet. I would need to hide my camera, I guess, so you could see yourself. There we go. Yeah. All right, but anyway, we're getting back to game dev, so forget about that. Close the game. All right, so where did I leave off this time? It was, I guess, being able to learn abilities. There's no way to check those stats other than getting placed in the top 3. There sort of is. You could go to GitHub and you can search for player data. I'll link it to you, but this is not, or it's not called player data. It's JSON. Yeah, here it is. It's this file, but it's not up to date. So this is from 3 weeks ago. I don't usually keep pushing this file. But yeah, so if you search for Calic, for example, this is impossible to read. Let's turn this into JSON and then format it. There we go. Now we can find you. Yeah, here you go. So you're at 3, 1, and 5 as of 3 weeks ago. Now you might ask, why did you bring this up and not just the one on your disk? Because I did not think to do that. So let's go do that now. Code jump royale ff JSON. There it is. All right, now we'll do this same thing. All right, so you're 3, 2, and 5. So in the last 3 weeks, you've gotten 1 top 3 finish. Yeah, you can get around the spam filter. What just happened there? I think I saved this file. Oh, well, whatever. Doesn't matter. Yeah, you can get around the spam filter by just appending garbage to your messages. It's one of the things in here. Yeah, to bypass duplicate messages. I'll link this in case anyone wants to read this. But yeah, that is if you're... Oh, wait a second. Why did you have to wait? I don't think moderators should have had to wait. Yeah. I don't know how that worked. Oh, well. Okay, so pull the stored levels. We did that. Store ability information when you get them. And make sure you can't invest too many points. Okay, so we have not coded any of this yet. So this is on skill button click. We get your ID that you want to add it to. We get a level. This is actually not necessary at all, right? Yeah, and we get a mod number. That's not necessary either. I think we can delete level from all of this stuff. Level prints out here, but again, there shouldn't be a reason to do that. The mod number is definitely not needed. Which means we shouldn't be binding all of these things. In fact, mod number shouldn't be used anywhere, right? Especially not here. I'm just going to delete all this stuff. On skills, stop, hover, where's that? Here. We'll just put this, mouse exited, so delete this now. This doesn't need this in here. On mouse enter, where are you? On skill hover. Okay, I am using the level there for now. And on press, I don't think it should be needed here. Let's delete that. Okay, so got it right how we do this. Hey, Lupus. So what we're going to do is we're going to get your ability. I guess it's something like this, actually. If it's null, make a new one. Oh, this is not going to be easy. No, I guess they're always going to be passive skills, though, right? Because you can't unlock active skills this way. Every single thing you have is a passive. Oh, boy. All right, well, we don't have a way of making new passive ability because we don't have passive abilities in the game. All we have are active abilities. So I guess let's just save this whole thing as passive ability. What's the difference? I guess just that there's no use. Yeah. So this is a passive. We don't have this stuff. It's... What is name val? Oh, because the ability doesn't know how it's named. Okay, sure, delete that. Why do we save these here? What is this? This doesn't look correct. Yeah, this doesn't look correct at all. Yeah, delete these. All right, there. I think we're good. I think that's all a passive ability is. Oh, I had to wait for the game to catch up. Yeah. I blame Copilot. I don't. Not for that one, at least. I think I blame myself for that one. Usually, I'm pretty quick to blame Copilot, though. Okay, so now we have a passive ability. Now we want to make this with the skill ID and then name value. Oh, this isn't even necessary anymore. Oh my God. Oh, fine, I'll write this down as a thing for later. What is this? Don't pass names into the abilities now that they're saved in constants. Well, for now, it doesn't matter. And I guess we will just pass in the name, which we can get by pulling it from here. So this will be skill name is taken from the skill ID. We pass this in. Otherwise, just add 1 to its level. Sure, looks good. And then here we would do set ability. I guess this is more like learn ability. Should I do that? Learn or level up ability? I feel like all this stuff should be in the character data and not in here. Yes, it should. That is a good idea. Okay, so we'll just say learn or like level up or increase ability level. Kind of a weird name, but yeah. All right, then we paste in all of this stuff. Okay, so try getting the ability. And then if skill name, wait, what is this? Skill ID is not defined. Oh, I called it ability ID. It's actually a better name than skill ID. Otherwise, make a new ability and then set it here. And we don't have a way of setting it, right? I never do a known abilities.set. Oh, I do, add ability. Whoa. Oh, because I add in debug attacks and stuff? Oh my God. This is a mess. Well, it's a mess only because these systems didn't exist. I guess we need to say get rid of the debug attacks on the player characters and swap them for slash crush slash whatever. Wow, well, look, honestly, this is all going great. I'm making pretty smooth progress on this, so I'm not bummed. And we cut those corners earlier because we didn't have abilities in the game. And like you got to start somewhere. You need a skill tree and you need abilities and you need like the battle system to work, and all of them kind of rely on each other. Hey, are cool. Yeah, long time. Yeah. Things are going well. I am done working at Google as of October 27th. And then on December 4th, I guess 23, I started streaming again. So we're almost at the 4-month mark. We're coming up on that. We can't type. All right, so this is going to be add ability. How have you been? All right, I think we're looking pretty good here. So now we just call this function from over here, increase ability level. Character data. Oh, this should not have an underscore at the beginning. Dot increase ability level, skill ID. Done, 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 done. Okay. Yeah. I think it'll work, but I don't think there'll be any proof that it works. Yeah, also this kind of sucks. I need to click this button 4 times to be able to click any of these. So I click this. And yeah, it probably worked, but I don't think we update the tooltips. So that's what I was saying. There's no proof that it worked. I know we call update skill tree. It just doesn't know how to do this. All it does is set different buttons. And what happened here? Add skill to tree has on mouse enter. On mouse enter does what exactly? We're pulling the level from, yeah, from this. That's stupid. Well, delete that then and get rid of this and then pull it from the character. So in this case, you might not have this skill. level int equals 0, and then get its ability. And if known ability is not equal, then I'll pull it from there. Okay, that might work. Yeah, that might work. Okay, it does work, but it only increases when you hover over it again. Yeah, it's great to be back. I've been very happy with it. I started keeping track of a journal of what I've worked on the stream, and this is public to everybody, so feel free to go look at it if you want to. But the main point is I made a bot that controls everything on like Twitch, Discord, YouTube, and then I worked on that game we play during breaks. And then there's some like various stuff I've been learning. As of late, I've been working on this game, Idle Ascendants, and the entire point is to just prototype it as fast as possible and see if it's going to be fun. So we're blazing through these tasks. I want to make as much progress as possible this week. I'd love to release this next week. Whether or not that's possible, I don't know yet. But yeah, I'm aiming for next week. So we have a decent amount to do. All I want to do today is get done with a skill tree system. Yeah, next week. It might be a little aggressive, but I think it might be possible. Yeah, I know. All right, so this is done. When investing a new point, make sure to update the tree. So we don't update the tooltip that currently exists. Is there a way to do that? Can we just call on skill hover again? We technically could. Yeah, let's try it. So if, let's get the tooltip here. Tooltip equals, or no, it's a tool, no, it's a control equals tooltip. Yeah, so if tooltip is visible, then on skill hover with whatever the current skill ID was, which I guess is it has to be the current one. So update the tooltip if it's visible. Let's try that out. I don't think that's working. Also, uh-oh, that's not good. They're all good. What is going on here? Oh, whoops. I got to pass in the mod ID. Whoopsie doodle. Yeah, whoops. What am I doing wrong here? Skill ID. Yeah, this is wrong. This is the mod ID. Mod ID's yeah, var mod ID. It should be able to fill this in. Yes, good. All right, so that's this, and then this. Okay, I think that should fix the bug. Yeah, so now the tooltip is updating. It's also updating its position, which is a little bit weird. Yeah, that's a little bit weird. We could stop that, but that's a polish thing, and we're not doing polish things. And it's a pretty obvious bug, so we'll just leave it like that. Okay, yeah, so you can update the level of these things. That's it. But that's pretty good. When investing a new point, make sure to update the tree, and then make sure you can't invest too many points. So how about we cap every skill at 5 now, I guess? Yeah, 5. How do we do this? So then when you click a button, it might not actually increase the skill. So I guess we need to get the current level. We should probably just make a function that does this because I've had to do this a bunch of times. Get level of skill or ability. I should not use skill all over the place. There. Get ability. If it's null, return 0. Otherwise, return the level. Yeah, sounds good. All right, so everywhere that I did a var level, I need to change this because we don't ever actually use known ability anywhere else. Maybe at some point that'll change, but for now, let's just do this. Get level of ability, skill ID. So now we can delete this stuff. And where else do we do this? Here. Anywhere else? Nope. And I did this for a reason, and I did it because I need it here. Yeah. So level, get a level of ability, and we want to check if it's greater than or equal to 5, then actually if it's greater than or equal to 5, the button should have just been disabled. Yeah. Hey Ghost, it's going well. Making really good progress on the skill tree. Very happy about this. Yeah, we need to disable it. which is not the easiest thing to do. There's like a skill update thing. Where is that? Update skill tree. Yeah, this. This just disables buttons based on whether you have the automation level or not. But that's not how this works exactly. Buttons need to know what their ability ID is. Otherwise, there's no easy way to do this, right? Which I think means giving them a script, which is not a problem. It's just slightly harder to do. Oh, man. Yeah, so thoughts. Make each button into its own class. Give it an ability ID. And then when updating the buttons, check to see if we have 5 points in the skill already. And then just disable it. Is there any other way? I guess there are some ways I could sort of hack my way around this, but they're like so hacky that I think it's just worth making a new scene here. So what do we have? We're just adding in regular buttons. I guess I'll just make a new scene called a skill button, and it's literally just going to be a button anyway. Oops, change type to a button. And we'll call this a ability button. It's not an ability button though, darn it. It's a skill tree button. Yeah, skill tree button. Because we have ability button, don't we? Yes, we do. Yeah. So it can look like this. That's fine. All right, so now we save this as skill tree button, and then we add a script. And in the script, we're just going to have a var ability ID, which is a constants dot ability IDs. Yeah. And then maybe an init here, which takes in the ability ID. Come on, do it for me. Yes, good. Okay, now when we're making buttons, how fun, how very fun. Class name skill tree button. So now when we're making buttons, we make them out of this type. Underscore in it. I haven't been doing that, I think. Yeah, because I call this from another class. I think underscore in it is when you make a new class, but you don't need it to be a node, right? AMD Fury. I'm doing well. How are you? So somewhere we have button.new. Actually here, I guess, wait, maybe they changed this in Godot 4. Can you pass things to new now? I never actually thought to test that. Let's try it out. Because in Godot 3, I'm nearly positive you couldn't do this. And I might need to update a bunch of notes if that's the case. Let me write this down so I don't forget this somewhere. If you can call custom class.new with parameters, then my Godot notes are wrong. I'm pretty sure that wasn't possible back in Godot 3. And it was very frustrating because you had to do a bunch of like juggling when you created something. You could pass things to new, but you can't make a node in a scene tree with it. It'll always invoke the constructor with no arguments. You can't make a new node in the scene tree with it. Okay, maybe that's... Yeah, maybe that's what I was thinking here. Yeah. Okay, I think I want this to just be public then. But I'll copy paste what you said here. Hey, Diamond. Do you think HTMX will be the future? I don't know enough about HTMX to be able to say anything about it. Like, I've never used it. I just know what it does at a very high level. So, yeah, hard for me to say. I think the way a lot of these things work, though, is it's based on how the community interacts with it. So if you were to say, you know, HTMX is the React killer and the Angular killer and all this other stuff, it's like people would probably start using it. And then as a result of using it, then there'd be a community that forms around it. And then, you know, it might have legs, it might not have legs. But I think in order to gain some sort of market penetration, it's got to either do something way better or it's just got to have some like undeserved hype. I know it's a very general answer, but yeah, without knowing more about HTMX, I can't really say much more. Okay, so instead of making a button, we're going to make a skill tree button. Except for we can't do this because we need to load the, oh boy, load. What is the shortcut for this? I don't know. I knew what it was on Windows, and then on Mac, I got it like screwed up. Hey, Kojin. Okay, so we instantiate the scene, then we init it. So we're going to do this sort of thing. So var button is a skill tree button. And then button.init with whatever the skill ID is. And this needs to be for the mod. There's going to be mod ID, which means it needs to come from here. And now we delete this. Indent doesn't match. Well, because of stupid tabbing differences. Oh. Okay. I have a question for you, independent of the subject. Isn't it tiring to write standing code? I tried it after a certain time. Legs go numb. If it's healthy, I'll stop writing code where I sit and throw the seat out. I'll write standing code. So I have an anti-fatigue mat that I'm stepping on right now. Although I didn't always have this. Let me show you what it is. It's not anything super special. Yeah, it's just a mat like this. And so I'm standing on this. I mean, I think it's pretty good. In general, what's bad for you is being perfectly still. So whether you're sitting or you're standing, both can be bad for you. If you're sitting for 10 minutes and you get up and you stand and you walk around or something, or you're, I don't know, stretching your legs as you're sitting, that's fine. If you're standing and you're like perfectly rigid the entire time, it's probably actually worse for you than sitting. I don't know. But yeah, I move around a lot when I'm standing because I just want to like shift my weight. And so that little bit of movement is generally a lot healthier than just sitting still. Hey, Peplon. Okay, so have I gotten this to work? Maybe. Maybe's about all I can say. I guess anytime I have the word button in here, we might need to change this. Automation skill actually is a button. That one doesn't need to change. This one does, because this is a skill tree button. Yeah. Getting a sit/stand desk. I'm excited and also dreading it because I know standing will be an adjustment. I think as long as you work it into your schedule to stand for a certain amount of time every day, I think it's generally pretty good. Sometimes I find that I don't know if tired is the right word, but like I can't think properly if I'm standing and I want to be seated again. But part of the reason I'm doing this is like I've been hunching my shoulders forward for whatever reason. And just the last week, I think, like I thought standing might help with me keeping them farther back. I don't have a language command only because it changes so much. In fact, I should probably just add that as a command. Language. Adam doesn't keep a command like this up to date because he changes often enough between languages. Tedious, yeah. So you should see that the bot responded with this and tell you what language it is, though. Okay. Hunch my shoulders when I was thinking split keyboards might help. They generally help, but you still need to be mindful of this. Like you can have any ergonomic device and still use it wrong. Unless somehow it like forces you into a position, which then probably wouldn't be all that good for you. So yeah, like I just got to stop hunching forward. Any people I can watch that has really good Docker experience, specifically with networking between Docker containers? Unfortunately, I don't know. I wrote some notes on this myself. If you go to notes.adamlearns.com, it's not a ton of information on it, but I've got some Docker stuff. And I was just doing something with networking, but I didn't write like advanced things in here. Apparently it's not even in here. I was just writing stuff about like net host and all this stuff. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where it is. Never mind. Okay, ignore what I said about all this. Yeah, maybe I wrote in Docker Compose. Okay, I wrote some stuff, but it's not much. So yeah, I think you need to find some resources online. Alternatively, you have a specific question, I could potentially answer it. But can you talk about the game you're building, like the concept? Yeah, so if you take a look at the idle command, it's got the design. I will show you in just a sec what it's like. Well, I hope a standing desk ends up working. You know, if you want to try a standing desk, but you don't want to invest any money just yet, just put some boxes on your current desk. Well, maybe not exactly boxes, but like something steady enough. And then put your monitor on there. And then also raise your keyboard up. And then just stand at your current desk. I mean, that's all you really need to get started and see, do I like this? It's really frustrating to switch between having boxes under your monitor and keyboard and not having them. So like, don't keep doing that for too long. But yeah, try it out that way. How do you know what commands exist on a chat? It's never on a chat. It's on a bot that happens to be in the chat. And so for my bot, they're all here. And you don't even need to use the chat to type them. So for example, you can now type language and it'll just be here. Okay, so the game that I'm making, let me show this. I can't find skill tree button. I think we need to restart this, huh? It also probably means restarting this. So the idea behind this game, ooh, what just happened there? The idea behind this game is it was supposed to be like an old school RPG at first, and I think old school RPGs suck. So the gimmick was it starts off as like a turn-based RPG, and then you slowly automate out the turns. So if I can run this, I can show you. Okay, so like you'd click an attack here, right? And imagine these are actual attacks like, you know, sword swipe and I don't know, just picture attacks. And then you'd eventually get to the point where you're automating this. So you have a skill tree here, and the first skill you get is automation. And by the time you get this to 4 points, that's it. You're not controlling your battle anymore. It's just picking what you're doing. And so then the way you sort of get influence over the battle is by picking how do you want to upgrade your skills and where do you want to fight in the world. So here, for example, I'm kind of locked in on these enemies at the top. But if I restart this, like you can move your character around the world and choose like, you know what, I want to be in the desert area and fight, you know, bats instead of rats. And so you get into a battle there. Botland is not still a thing, no. Unfortunately, I had to discontinue it. So yeah, that's the general game. We're working on skill trees. And what we were going to get to here is disabled if you disable all buttons, or if... Oh, what is... I just want to tab this line in. I can't do it because it's suggesting something to me. I don't know how to get it to not take the suggestion. There we go. All right, so in this case, if the ability is, I guess, get the ability ID equals button dot ability ID. Oh, we don't really need this. We could just get this from the character data. What is it? Level of the ID? Yeah, this. All right, button dot ability ID. And if level is greater than or equal to 5, then set the button to disabled. Oh, I guess all this stuff is going to go here, huh? Bar skill tree button. Button, then just use this. And then set it to true. Okay, I think that should work. So now if you put 5 points into an ability, it should be disabled. Yeah, so now you can't add more. Okay, cool. Hey, Wingout. Hey, Crows. All right, we are making some good progress. Let's look for what we got here. So make sure you can't invest too many points. We're done with that. Allow for clicking a thing. Yep, we're done with that. Show the number of points you have in each skill without having to hover. Honestly, this isn't super important, but it's very easy to do. So I guess let's do it. Unfortunately, the names of these skills are stupid. They're like /mod1, /mod2. So you'll have a number there, and then you'll have another number right after it. But at the very least, it'll help. So where do we do this? When we make the button, we give it the mod name, and then we're going to put in parentheses something else. So %s parentheses %d %, and then we need this skill level. All right, that should work. Like I said, it was so super fast to do that, yeah, now it's done. So now when you invest a point, it does not update the button name. Okay, this is the part that isn't fast. And the reason why it's not updating the button name is because we only add the skills to tree once. So we need some way of updating them. We could just delete every single one of them and then add them again. It's kind of stupid. So maybe we could get the button. Maybe we can give it the name of the ability. That would be good. Yeah, we can do that. Button.name equals skill tree button %d %mod ID. I guess we'll put an underscore in that too. All right, so now when you add a point, let's update the text on the button. So I'll do func get skill tree button text. And we need the skill ID. No, we need the skill ID and we need the level. I guess just the skill ID is fine. In fact, maybe we should just have this update. Yeah, update skill tree button. All right, and then this will be void. And here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put this here, update skill tree button. Mod ID, put this down to here and get the, whoops, that's not correct. Yeah, whoops. And set the button text down here. All right, the mod name needs to be pulled from this. Skill ID, what else are we missing here? We're missing something. What am I forgetting? The level. The level comes from this. Okay, and then the button itself is going to be one that we get var button equals get node. Wow, that was pretty easy. All right, cool. So now we just call this over here. All right, and now it should work. Let's try that out. So, text is not valid on what line? Line 82. Mod name level %. Yep, that looks good. So that means that what is wrong? On base null instance. So can't find the button. It's in a VBox container. I don't think that's correct. Yeah, it's not correct. It's inside of a grid container. Oh, come on. Can I just like get all descendant GD script get all this? What do we have? Descendants get all children. Hey, Physium. Last time I saw you stream, you mentioned you were going to stream less due to you finally getting a job. How'd everything go? The Google command has the answer to that question. If you prefer it in text or in video, there are both ways of getting it there, I guess. The short answer is I worked there for 3 years. I don't feel like I'm a good fit for very big companies. And the long answer is that video. Class node find. I hate it when I do this. I switch which window this is open to. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. So finds first descendant whose name matches a pattern. Oh, cool. Find child. All right. That should work. So should we write this down in here in the UI thing? It's not a UI thing though. It's just a node tree thing. All right, I'll just load this up again. So still can't find it. Oh, because we haven't added it yet. Problem solved. Problem not solved. Why not? Oh, whoops. I never added it to this either. Okay, that's too bad. That is too bad. Yeah, but we could fix that by doing this, I think. Not quite. No, we can't. So we're adding the grid container immediately. Then we're adding the button to there. So at that point, it should be in the scene tree. Then when we call update on this, so maybe something's wrong with this. Doing skill ID. The skill ID gets passed into there. Yeah. All right, let's debug this. Yeah. Do I stream every day? No, I try to stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And then some weeks I'll probably do Thursdays. I see you on Mac OS instead of Windows. Yeah. Might be a strange question, but as someone who's new to programming or development, I find it hard to think like a programmer. Do you have any tips on how to practice that if it's even a thing? Look, I think the best way is experience. And I think there are a couple of little things you should think about. One, if there's ever a bug, stop telling your computer what you like, why you think you're right. The computer is right, you're wrong. So you have assumptions that you don't realize you're making. This is like a very beginner programmer mindset thing. So like imagine you code something like, I don't know what, you have like some X coordinate and let's say you have something like this. I don't know. Okay, so this is pretty obvious. We're adding 2 times your speed to an X coordinate. Let's say you didn't expect for this to happen though. You're like, my character's moving too fast. Why is that? It's not, you might look at this code and be like, oh, the times 2 is needed because of this or something. It's like, no, think more from the computer's perspective of which assumption were you making must be wrong. This is such a bad example, sorry. Usually it's more convoluted than just one line of code. Usually you have an assumption somewhere and you're like, oh, I forgot to update this, or this is already taken into account over here. But anyway, this is, I think, one of the first things you should do. The other that can help with this is like think aloud. And the last thing is debug rather than add print statements. So if you find yourself doing this, let's say you have a log where you're like, okay, what is X? And you print out X. And what is the speed value? And you print out the speed value. At this point, just debug. Like the sooner you can get better at debugging, the better. Because debuggers are typically how you'll find your issues faster than any other way. Especially if you can reproduce it often. So in this case, excuse me, I have a bug. And the reason I didn't immediately jump for the debugger is because unfortunately, the setup I have with Godot is such that the VS Code debugger doesn't work how I want it to. So it's a little frustrating to get set up here. Oh, you know what I think is going on here? I think it might have to do with, yeah, I know this part. How do I get to the debugger view? Yeah, here it is. No, wait, there's this. Yes, good. Where is this being called from? Setup skill tree, which is set associated character. Okay, good. So I'm calling to this, I'm calling to this. And we have a mod name /mod1. We get a level. We don't get a button, but Godot itself should know. Oh, we could have just done this over here, right? And check to see what's in this tree. Skill tree, VBox container, grid container, label 3, and skill tree button. What is the name of this? Skill tree button 4. And skill ID is 4. Why can't it find that? Skill tree button ID. Yeah, weird. I don't know what the problem is with this. Yeah. Yeah, Peplon, I hope it helps. Like I said, I think learning how to debug is really important. And debugging is generally pretty simple. It's setting a breakpoint on something and then inspecting values. And then the slightly more advanced, but not even all that advanced things are then setting values and conditional breakpoints. So you saw me do this right here. Setting a breakpoint is dead simple, right? I just click in the gutter over here and then I launch the debugger. And when it hits this line, it's going to break in. Conditional breakpoints are when you right click this, go to edit, and then set a condition like, I only want to break in when level is exactly equal to 3. And the reason why this is important is a lot of times you have functions that get called like 100,000 times in a minute, and you want to filter through them somehow. So that's how you end up doing that. Then there are way more advanced things than even that. Things like a breakpoint that enables another breakpoint that you only want to hit after, a condition in a completely unrelated part of the code is true. And anyway, don't even worry about that stuff. Just getting breakpoints and inspecting values is usually enough to correct like 80% of the assumptions you make as a beginner programmer. All right, so I see this in the scene tree here. We know that we're trying to access this on 4. I don't understand why we're not able to find this node. And I'd love to be able to run an expression here and see what's going on. Yeah, I just don't get what I could be doing wrong here. Oh, because I didn't specify. Oh, wait, no, recursive is true by default. Okay, thank goodness. Owned is true? What is it, owned? Method only finds nodes who have an assigned node.owner. This is important for scenes instantiated through a script because those scenes don't have an owner. So I want to set this to false. Was that the problem this whole time? So true, false? Because if so, then I was barking up the wrong tree. Hey, that fixed it. Okay. Well, that sucks. All right, so why did I do any of this? Oh yeah, so the buttons would update themselves. Yeah, now they are. Cool. So now you see that this number at the right side here is getting updated as I put points into it. And that's that. All right, so show the number of points you have in each skill without having to hover. All right, you know what? That means I probably should write a note about this. Godot engine, is there like find child? Did I write about this anywhere? Find child? No, I should probably write about this. All right, where do we write this though? I guess I could write about it in GDScript, but this affects everything. I'll just write it in here. Nodes. Per node, make changes to a node, finding. I'm gonna write it in the GDScript thing then. I think I've got enough things over here where find all children of type, find a child by name. All right, this. The first true is whether to search recursively. Or I guess the true, and then the false is whether to search for owned nodes. See documentation. Okay. Exactly. All right. So where did we leave off? Show on hover tooltips describing the current level and then how much the skill changes. Yeah, so the tooltips don't have real data yet. Obviously, that needs to be shown in the game for you to know what's going on here. Maybe we should just say for right now, like to do, right, how this changes. Yeah, so I'll just write to do, write what this skill does, write what its values are, and write how much it changes per level. All right, that should just get added in here automatically. I don't know why it didn't. Let's rerun this. Yeah, that looks fine. Sure, cool. Okay, that's done, that's done. Show how many skill points you have available to invest. This technically doesn't exist yet, and I don't necessarily want it to exist yet. So we'll have to do this at some other point. So I'll just add it as a task. Allow for gaining skill points. So the skill tree should show how many available skill points you have in the skill tree for a character. And then gain skill points when you level up or every other level or something. Yeah, so we'll do that later. Right now, we're just going to assume you have infinite. And for the sake of a prototype, that's fine. For the sake of releasing this to everybody to try it out, that's not fine. But yeah, for me being able to test, it's okay. All right, so figure out how we're going to store which skills you've gotten. That should be done. Convert the automation skill into an actual skill. Okay, yeah, now we get into the hard stuff. This is not worth doing right now. Yeah, this is not worth doing right now. We got to cut corners, and this is how we're going to cut corners. We're going to delete this, and we're going to put it in the code cleanup task. This is kind of sucky. Yeah, I don't like the idea of just removing this task for now. To be clear, what this task is, you have this automation skill. There's no hover over for it, and this is not a proper skill. It's not, backed by an ability in the game. It's just some hard-coded thing that says how automated your character is. It also doesn't even work. there's that. Did I write that down to make that work? Yeah, add proper battle automation. I don't even... Huh. I guess also make sure the automation skill that you unlock goes up by 25% per level. As in, it chooses your skill only 25% of the time when at level 1. Yeah. Where to sign up? No one will have to sign up. I'll just share a link at some point and everyone will be able to play. Like I said, I'm hoping that's by the end of next week, but that might not be easy to do. And I want to take inventory after this, so before ending the morning stream, take inventory of tasks remaining. Is this live? Yeah. Roy, you really don't have to ask that every time you come in. Posture check. Yeah, let me make sure I'm good. All right. Yeah, what do we have left here? Don't pass names into abilities now that they're saved in constants, and then get rid of debug attacks on the player. And then allow for equipping abilities, which means also learning new abilities. We don't have that yet either. Okay, so there's a decent amount of stuff to do. The other thing is, once you do learn a new ability, you won't automatically have it in your skill tree. We need to do that. I guess I'll add a new issue here. Allow for learning new abilities. So when you hit a certain level, unlock new active abilities. And then make sure to update the skill tree so that the buttons are enabled correctly when that happens. Hey, Richie. Watch your video from Google. One thought on your feeling lack of creativity. Could an argument be made that you have more control at a startup you believed in? Yeah, I think an argument could be made for that. I also think even at Google, I could probably have sort of carved out more of a niche for myself there, and I just didn't. I think a lot of it comes down to, like, look at how much work has gone into this game, for example. Like, we can see all the tasks that are done here, how much planning I did for this. This work was enjoyable for me to do because I feel like it's for me. I think if I have the same work to do for a company, I just sort of treat it differently. I think that's my real problem. And probably most people are sort of similar to that. I think this all comes down to how professional can you be. And yeah, it's just hard to convince yourself to put in, hours and hours and hours and hours of work that involves creativity and like deep thinking and corralling people together and putting up with all of that. And I don't know. Yeah. Same goes for university. I mean, kind of. I felt different in a university for that. I feel like, let's say you're on like a typical university system. You go to school from whatever, September to, I don't know what, January, and then February to June or something like that, like 2 semesters. Almost always your projects you have in a semester are going to be self-contained to that semester. I guess the exceptions are if, I guess it could be like a sequential course you're taking, like CS 101 and then 102, or that you're doing a thesis or some research that goes beyond that. But I think for most people in university, it's like your assignments will last no more than, let's say, 15 weeks. Whereas on a job, you might have something that you're doing over the course of like 3 years. And mustering up the motivation for that, I think, can be challenging. Like I said, if you're doing your PhD or something, I think you probably have the same general feeling. But probably you chose your PhD to some extent. All right, so I think where we really stand here is that I still want to do this stuff, but I need to commit what I have first. So let's go start cleaning this stuff up. I don't generally care about looking through my scenes here, but let's look through this. Probably shouldn't be in every character data since it only applies to players and only to their primary character. Yeah. Yeah, this is the part about, this is like remove automation level. I think I already had this listed here somewhere. Where is that? Did I even add this? I have no idea. I don't think I did. Add passive abilities. Didn't I do this already? I kind of did, but none of them are functional. Allow for gaining skill points. Is this done? No, not that. Character skill trees a proper battle. Yeah, I don't know. All right, fine. Then we're gonna have to put this in here. Also make sure that this unlocks it. It should also be a real skill and not automation level in every single character data. Maybe enemies should know this by default. I joined right before the lunch break. I'm pretty close to it. I'll probably do another like half hour or so. I'm not sure. I have a similar mindset, and that's why I've worked as a sole engineer for the same company for 4 years, the lower salary, mental health, and family freedom. Yeah, and so I really do think there's a balance between quite a lot of things. There's work-life balance, of course, and then there's your compensation. I guess I'll write it as that. Then there's also how much you're learning, your impact, your sort of personal growth that you might have, whether it's like technical or soft skills here. And the balance between all of this stuff is different for everybody. And finding the ideal one for you is honestly probably pretty close to impossible. Like, I think there are ones that are good enough, but the perfect one is this elusive thing that doesn't really matter. I don't know why I'm focusing so much on this. Anyway, work-life balance, I think, is one of the most important things for me. And for me, there was also that personal growth aspect, and I guess that fits into learning here, which is if I were the sole engineer at a company, I think I would learn things on my own, but they wouldn't necessarily be the best way of doing things. And without other people to sort of keep me in check, I think it'd be tough for me to grow as best as I could. And you see this on the stream too with a bunch of different things. It's like in this stream alone, I've learned better ways of doing things in Godot. I would probably make design decisions that may not be the best or prioritization decisions. So if you can do that as a sole engineer, or if it's not as important to you, then that's great. If not, I think it's a little harder to achieve that still. But again, I'm kind of just sharing, these are sort of my priorities, I guess. Kind of want to write here, learns the ability if you, well, maybe it's obvious that it would learn the ability. Increases the ability level if you have it. Otherwise, it learns the ability for you. This only works for passive abilities. Yeah, no, you're not derailing. Don't worry about that. And sub to Adam. All right, different abilities based on starting class. For now, everyone just uses the warrior abilities. Yep, this looks totally fine. Obviously, we don't want everyone to use the warrior abilities at some point. This I should probably just delete. Yeah, just delete this whole thing. What do I care? So we only have the warrior abilities in the game right now. And they don't even really work yet. What's the VS Code theme? I think I've got it in the theme command there. Yeah, there we go. Atom 1 Dark Vivid. This we don't want to check in. This we also don't want to check in. In fact, maybe we should just delete this. Yeah, what's the point of adding? No, I'm just not going to check this in. All right, skill tree. What do we have here? Fake skill points. Did I even use this? No, I didn't. Delete this. Honestly, this is looking pretty good. Yeah. I mean, there's some hacks here. I cut some corners. What is this? Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't like that either. But yeah, few hacks. Skill tree button. I'll just write, no, I don't need to write anything. It's pretty obvious. If it only exists there for an ability ID, that's why I made it. Skill tree is owned by player. Set associated one. Yep, looks good. Press S to open up the skill tree. Sure, this is not needed, and this is now needed. Okay, so we don't want to check in this and this. Everything else we do want. So just select everything except for those two and click the plus button. Now let's make sure we click the right ones. Good. We're going to say add skill trees. All right, now let's go push that. Not that anyone needs that. It is jump time. So I'm going to take another break, but when we get back, I don't think I'm going to do another full hour. I'm probably going to do like 30-ish minutes and then go take my lunch break. So this is going to be a little different from normal, but is it jump time? It's jump time. By the way, for anyone who hasn't seen this game, just type join now and you can play. And the only command you need is J followed by a number. You'll figure the rest out yourself. Good luck. All right, cool. Congrats. One game played, first place. Good job. 100%. Yeah, you can retire now. Close the game. Why won't it do this? I ask it to close the game. I need to really like shout at it. This didn't seem to be this way to begin with, but that's a problem for a different time. So where do we leave off? Don't pass names into abilities. Now they're saving constants. Yeah, this was the whole ability constructor being different. Ability. Yeah, let's just close out of everything else that we have here. Goodbye, tabs. It was nice knowing you. I'm lying. It wasn't nice knowing the tabs. I hate those things. All right, so just delete this. Delete it from... Actually, we could just probably search for this, right? Name val string. Yeah, delete it from here and delete it from here. Okay, now that should break everything. So how do we find it? I guess new would have it. No. This we don't need. This is not used anymore. Yeah, ability just needs this in here. We just set name equal to this ID. Well, whatever. Godot is going to tell us that something broke, so let's just have it tell us, and we'll fix it from that. Too few arguments. Yeah, debug attack ability. Let me guess. Every single ability needs to be changed. Yup. Oh, this will break because I didn't manifest this as a proper ability. So I delete that, and that. And then we go into constants. And now I need to add these as having names. Yeah. They don't need descriptions, though, I'm pretty sure. So we copied this, and what's going on? That, and that. Good. And then we paste it here, and here. Good. Okay. Now we call this debug attack. Debug attack 2 and debug attack 3. Description, how are you seeing this? Okay. All right, looks like that worked. Yeah, and in the skill tree, we still have everything working correctly. Yeah, I guess so. All right, nice. Okay, so that's its own commit. That was a pretty involved thing for just, well, involved in terms of number of files. Pretty involved for just getting rid of a couple of unused parameters. And that's all that changed, right? Yeah. Yep. Okay, cool. Check all that in except for these two. Just like before. Remove unnecessary ability name. Cool. That's done. And then get rid of debug attacks on the player and swap them for real ones. All right, where do these come from? Debug attack. Oh, drat. I see. Oh, man. Okay, well, I guess if you are one of the main characters, so let's put an else here. Let's give all the enemies the debug attack. And let's give you proper abilities, which we don't even have. Oh, no. Okay, then maybe we shouldn't give them proper abilities yet. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't. I need to think of when we're going to do that then. All right, this should be the exact same code we just had. Well, exact same functionality, different code. But yeah, in battle, you should still have all the debug attacks. Yeah. Okay. Let's do the whole take inventory thing. In fact, I don't even think that code should really change, but I'll just... Oops. Whoa, no, I did not mean to do that. Call add ability. I'm doing this instead of, what did I do before? This is not worth typing out. Instead of modifying known abilities directly. Okay, great. Let's also push that, I suppose. So we're done with that. Other thoughts. Eventually need to allow for equipping abilities and then make sure they affect battles. Need to make sure you can't equip the same skill. Okay, yeah. So we need to, I don't even have UI for that. Equipping abilities. Did I write it down? No, I did not. Okay, well then that needs to be its own thing. So we're gonna mark this as done, close issue, and then add a new item here. Idle Ascendants. Allow for equipping abilities. Okay. Make sure you can't equip the same skill multiple times. Add prototype level UI for this. No need for tooltips, etc. And what? Yeah, make sure you always have 3 abilities equipped at all times. Okay. Add ability tooltips to battle. This is not necessary. This is just a polish level task. Well, no, it is necessary. Yeah, it is necessary. All right, but it's not important yet. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. This is like, I think the most important thing to do now is to figure out how we're going to pursue the rest of this stuff. I have a bunch of tasks here. So let's just look at the game and figure out what would we need to do to get the quickest vertical of the game done. So if you were to enter a battle, you have just fake attacks, right? Yeah. So I think these need to be made real. Let's just write down all the thoughts as I have them. Okay, so you still have debug attacks in the battle. So these should be your real attacks, and they should probably be differentiated. So we need to design the warrior abilities. Now you might be like, Adam, didn't you already do that? It's very astute. I'm glad you're paying attention to the stream. And it would look like I did, but we did this so incredibly hastily that I was just like, sounds like a bunch of words. Let's write it down. And that was it. That was our bar. Were they coherent words and not were they coherent abilities? So things like wild strike, direct physical damage, single target, take % of damage dealt. It's like, what is this? I don't think this makes any sense. Huh? What did he say? Yeah, that. So I think the first thing we need to do is design a coherent set of skills for the warrior. But then let's say we had that. I recommend fixing the initial position of the game first. You mean the game window? You talking about this? I actually honestly don't know what you're talking about. I don't know if it's a joke or not. So yeah, we have to design the warrior abilities. Then we have to need to get rid of debug attacks in battle. Someone rang the doorbell shortly before my earlier comment. Oh, that's no problem. Let me see. I don't think you mean the is Adam taking a break, because that was it. That was yes. But if you mean the comment you had about I just watched your video, do you think being in a startup would be better? If you're talking about this one, I can respond to this one quickly. All right, so design the warrior abilities. You need to get rid of debug attacks in battle. Need to allow for leveling up and unlocking new abilities. Okay, yeah, you are talking about this. Yeah, so yeah, I think a startup could give me more control. I also think I could have gotten that at Google, but I would have needed to have a different mindset about this. And then I went into a whole example about how for this game, I've been spending hours and hours and hours doing design and doing the work. And it's fine because I feel like it's for me. I don't have the mentality for big companies, I think. So it's hard for me to say like, yeah, I'm going to go put in, a year's worth of time on this project. It's just tough. I feel like I'm doing it for a different reason. And I am. And most people probably are. So yeah, I think a startup would probably be better suited. But ideally, I just make this work somehow. So I got to figure out how to do that. All right, so this definitely important. This, I think, is pretty important. We need to, let's think of what's important just from a gameplay perspective. Like, we need to get to the point where you are able to see what the game's going to be like, which does mean leveling up and then trying out different abilities, which means at some point we're going to need to change which kind of characters we have spawning in battle. I don't want to do too much of that just yet. But yeah, unlocking new abilities, then need to allow for equipping a set of abilities. What does leveling up do for you? Did I ever answer this question? It would change your stats, I guess, and give you a skill point, and the stats would make you more powerful, which means you could fight stronger enemies. Yeah. He left just. What will lend itself to scope creep? Assuming hypergraphia is just typing a lot. Intense desire to write or draw, yeah. I'm trying to prioritize what's already in these tasks. And thanks, Lepsis. More of a quality of life thing. Oh, when you first start the game is smaller than the OS window that contains it, so you have to drag it to the left. Wait, let me see. Oh, you're talking about changing the camera position? Yeah. Yeah, that's something that should probably be moved a little bit, I guess. Hey, Amber. Yeah, I'd say that is pretty minor. But we could potentially write that down, like change the initial camera position of the world so that I don't have to keep panning it. I was originally planning for there to be more parts of the world at some point. All right, so yeah, looking back at this, so the attacks leveling up, I guess being able to see your character's experience is pretty important so that you know when you're going to level up. Need to be able to see your character's current experience. I think as far as the battle itself is concerned, I think things are mostly fine. I think damage numbers would be, I think they're good for the prototype. I don't think they're good for doing just yet. So, okay, that's that. Then you'd be getting skill points. And we need them to actually work. So this is where a decent chunk of work would come in. And I actually kind of wonder, maybe having 3 classes is too much for the prototype. I know people said this originally, and I'm like, no, it's not going to be that bad. But making all those skills, I think would be pretty tough. So yeah, at some point we need to add a new character. I think I already have this written down though in the content section that we have here. Yeah, here. Add content. Should be 5 abilities per class before adding these. Make sure they make sense. Yeah, I want to do that. And I'm questioning whether this is still important. 3 classes in the prototype. Maybe just start with 2. I wanted you to have 3 characters you're managing, and there's no reason to manage 3 characters if they all have the same general abilities. I don't want to have to make too many abilities. Maybe we just make fewer modifiers. But the passive skill system needs to work. Get rid of debug attacks in battle. You need to be able to see your character's current experience. So that means that passive skills or need the active abilities to work properly. So not just be direct attacks all the time. Maybe design this around not having buffs in the game. Yeah. Not just be direct attacks all the time, and then need passive abilities to properly modify the active ones. E.g. chance to crit, etc. Yeah. What happens when you enter a fight and then as soon as you finish it, 1 frame tick happens and another enemy is within battle distance? Yeah, for the prototype, that's just a thing that can happen. You can get into like non-stop battles. But for the eventual game, you will have iframes for that. And actually, maybe even for the prototype, I modify that. But I just don't think it's super important. Very daunting to hear years of time for a single project, and it really is like that. I wish I were at a smaller company with more influence, but same golden handcuffs. Yeah. Oh, keep cam loss focus. I wonder if I can fix this like this. There we go. Cool. Thanks. Yeah, I think every work structure has pros and cons. So working in a big team versus a small team, big company versus small company, you know, having many hats on versus one hat. I don't think any of them are just straight up bad decisions. Maybe for individual people they're bad decisions. Like maybe you really want a small team for some reason, but like usually there's some trade-off there. Two classes and two mods is all you need. So I could see I could see potentially having two mods working for the prototype, but I think you'd still need more than three abilities because the choice is pretty important. And maybe unlocking them as you level up isn't that important, but I kind of think it is. I want there to be some sense of progress for the prototype. Focusing on the things that make your game unique first. Well, I think the thing that makes the game unique first is already pretty much coded. But I'm trying to think about, like I said, like by the end of next week, I want this prototype to be playable by people, and I want it to be a proper test of whether the game is fun. So these are the two essential requirements that we have, and they're a little bit at odds with each other because completing a game fast might mean you have to cut corners, and the corners might have made the game fun that you cut. But yeah, this is important. It needs to be a proper test of whether the game is fun. So like, let's say I release this right now, and you'd be like, okay, yeah, you can get into battles and you can fight things, and we could keep track of like how many fights have you won. But this is not the same progression that's in the game, so I don't think this is representative yet. Like you need to be able to level up. You need to be able to get new abilities. You probably need to feel like you're going to different zones in the game. Did I just... Okay. Just make sure that the game loop is fun. I mean, I think the way I'm looking at this is I know what I wanted to have be in this originally. And I guess what I'm trying to figure out is there something I should cut? And then what order should I go through it? So yeah, I think the way I have this figured out here is probably okay. Maybe we should start with fewer skills though. I still think having like 5 abilities, yeah, maybe 2 mods and maybe 2 classes. And so we're making 20 things instead of what did I have planned originally, like 45 or something. Yeah, I think that would probably help. And that way you can still feel like you're putting in your skills to valid things. Okay, so let's plan that. Yeah, and maybe design only 2 mods per ability and make sure they're good. I don't mind having 3. I guess I can design as many as I want. Maybe only implement 2 mods. Yeah. All right, get rid of debug attacks in battle. Yeah, that part's pretty important. So that means making the active abilities work properly. And then this is to get mods to work. So basically we're going to focus on the stuff that I think is going to affect the battle system. Yeah, although technically everything affects the battle system because that's the only real major system we have. Character's current experience, allow for leveling up and unlocking new abilities. Yep. Allow for equipping a set of abilities. Yep. Okay, all that's good. What else do we have listed here? Oh, saving and loading the game. Yeah, we'll need that too. Player-wide skill tree. This I think we're going to skip for the prototype. Having multiple characters. Yeah, we need to do that as well. Creating gameplay tasks. What's this? Yeah, there's no resting, so I guess your character would just die. I don't know if that even matters, but a lot of that is this. Passive abilities, ability tooltips, proper battle automation. This is pretty important too. Yeah, add proper battle automation. That's a pretty quick task though, I think. Over getting skill points. Okay, yeah, yeah. So I think this is pretty good. I think this is our like path through this. So I think what we're going to say is proper battle automation. Where did I put that? And does this do everything I wanted it to do? Yep, this is it. So this is going to be the in progress task. And then after that is design the warrior's ability. So actually we could do this in either order. because one is implementation, one is design. But then after that, we get rid of debug attacks. So I guess we add in the real abilities that you have. It's not really listed here. It's under add content, I guess. Should be 3 classes in the prototype, 5 abilities per class. Make stats actually do something. Yeah, I guess it really is part of add content, but I think that's the next thing we would have to do. Add starting warrior abilities. Okay, so this is going to be implement 2 mods per attack. So add slash, sweeping arc, and crush, and have their use functions actually do something different. I guess it's kind of implied, but get rid of the debug abilities on player characters. Okay, so this we already had checked. Design the warrior's abilities. Yeah, that I still want to do. What time is it right now? 12? Okay, we might have time to do this still before lunch. All right, 2 mods per ability. Let's go write that down. Implement 2 mods per ability. This means get the passive ability system to work. I think we avoid buffs. Yep. Then add in seeing character's current experience. So that would be up next. So save this. And then where is that? I think it was in the battle system thing. This gameplay task. Yeah. Yeah, so experience and leveling up. I think it's pretty good. Show your character's life and level. Yep, sure. This sounds good. We'll put this in the next up as well. And then after that, it was allow for equipping and leveling and unlocking abilities. So we technically have the unlocking, so we just need equipping after that. Okay. So we'll put this over here. All right, I think that represents a good plan through this stuff. We can get this done today for sure. The proper battle automation, that shouldn't be very hard. And then adding the warrior abilities is what we'll start doing. I think that'll take some time. Can I pay you $2 to get more save slots? There will be no monetization of the prototype. Yeah. Okay, so designing the warrior abilities. I think we get rid of the idea of a buff here. So slash, is this already fine? Single target, chance to do multiple attacks on the same target. Damage over time would technically be a debuff. I feel like we're going to need that at some point. Maybe we can shortcut our way through that too, but chance to critically hit could also be there. It's pretty much just chance to do way more damage. And both of these are kind of the same in that regard. Yeah. Because if I don't have animations differentiating these things, like in most games, you'd attack an enemy and you'd see it's a critical hit by, bigger damage numbers or a sound effect or something like that. If we don't have that, then there's nothing to really tell the difference between rapid slash and critical slash. And I know functionally they're different, especially if rapid slash can trigger a critical slash. So, and part of this, actually, I guess the passives could modify the ability themselves. In fact, I should write that down if I haven't already written that. I imagine that some of these will be hard-coded in the abilities use function to make it easier for the prototype. E.g., what did I call that? Critical slash. Only modifies slash. So I could just have a random check in there in slashes use. Yeah. Cool. Different color damage text. Yeah, we don't have damage text to begin with right now. And again, none of this is like we can't add it in. We could. It's just a question of, does it matter enough to put it in the prototype? and when do we add it? So I think let's keep carving our way through this stuff. All right, so slash, rapid slash, and critical slash. Let's say these are the two we're going to implement. Sweeping arc, I think is fine too. Multi-target up to 3. So extended arc would target more enemies. Rebalance is targeting fewer than the max, causes the remaining hits to attack the first enemy. Yeah, sure, I guess. I think this is already fine. Crush. Crush kills the target. It's immediately... Oh, the class-defining passives. I gotta think of that too. Yeah, we should definitely add that in. Implement the class-defining passive execute. That's what it's called, right? No, it's called auto kill. Well, it should be called execute, so we're gonna call it execute. Execute. Did I call it auto kill anywhere else? Nope. Okay, so crush. If crush kills the target, it's immediately used again with an X% damage bonus. I like that. Stun probably can't really exist. Neither of these can exist because of the buff and debuff. We'd have to add this in. We could just make a custom like stun thing. I'll just write note to self for prototype. Just add a stun property that decrements every turn. Yeah. Okay, so those are the 3 that are definitely going to be in. We'd already planned those. Now, what do we have as the 4th one? Did we say 4? I don't remember what I said. No, I said 5 still. 5, 2, 2. Yeah, I said 20. Yeah. Okay, so this makes me think that I have a choice of either I do add in the buff and debuff system here, which we know we're going to want eventually anyway. And that way we can have stuff like this. Buff your attack and defense. Okay, how would this work exactly? Let me think about this. We just keep track of buffs on a player. And in this case, we're buffing your attack and defense. I mean, it sounds straightforward enough, but it's a big enough system to code where I'd like to avoid it if I can. Maybe we should take some of the rogue's abilities and put them on the warrior just for now. None of these really work. These are all very different. Okay, maybe I'm thinking about this in a bad way. Maybe what we should do is not look for class identity and just look for interesting abilities that are easy enough to code. So for example, what if we had like, for whatever reason, the warrior has a summon slime. Like, it doesn't make sense. The warrior shouldn't have that, but it's the kind of thing that I think would be interesting to prototype. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. So allow for equipping abilities. Once we have equipping abilities, we need you to be able to unlock new abilities. Yeah, allow for learning new abilities. And then we need to add in even more abilities. So add more prototype abilities. Okay, and this is going to be just add any that are interesting. They don't need to make sense for that character. Oh, in fact, you know what? Now that I think about it, you know what we should probably do for the prototype? We should just have each class has, let's say, 8 abilities available. No, there's only one class. Sorry, that's what I want to say. We only have one class. You have 8 abilities available. You can only equip 3 at a time. So you essentially can get kind of 2 different classes out of it. Like maybe we have a fireball ability and a slash ability and whatever else. And so if you want your, mage character, you put the fireball ability and, lightning ability or something like that. Because that way we just have less to code. Yeah, I think I like that idea. So consider just having a single class for the prototype and being able to learn any of, say, 8 abilities. Then the starting classes would just have different sets of 3 by default. Yeah, I think this is way easier to do. I think that's what we're going to do. Build a character how you like. Yeah, this isn't how this was designed originally, which makes me think, is this how all the characters should work? But I don't like that idea. I like some sort of class identity. Yeah. I do still like the idea of class identity. So this is just a case of cutting corners for the prototype. Reminds me of all the designing I've done for my latest project. What are you working on, Crucials? Okay, so carved our way through all that. And in that case, I don't even know if designing any of this stuff makes sense because we'll just add in abilities that do some different stuff. Yeah. So for the new abilities to add, just pick ones that are distinct enough, like summon slime. Yeah. Lightning zaps. Man. Okay, well then also I guess it's not just they'd also have their class defining passives. Yeah. I gotta do that then. Add more prototype abilities and consider having a single it's not a single class, a single ability pool for the prototype and being able to learn having any class able to learn any of them. So different characters or different classes still have their class defining abilities. And different classes start with a different set of 3 of the available pool. Yeah, something like this. Multiplayer ARPG of some kind with quick one-shot campaigns, but with the concept that each run you build a whole character. Oh wow, yeah. Yeah, it sounds intense. And multiplayer. There's quite a lot of design and coding you need to do for that. There was a game that was just announced. What was this called? Book of Demons? Yeah, Book of Demons. I think it's free on GOG right now. It sounded, I mean, if you just read this text here, Book of Demons is a hack and slash in which you decide the length of quests. I don't know exactly how that works, but that's what that reminded me of a little bit. Like, you know, quicker campaigns. The idea of building up a character over the course of a match, I think a lot of MOBAs have done, but I think the first game I played that had something like that was Kirby Air Ride, the city trial mode. I still just absolutely love this game. I love this mode. I think it was so much fun. But in this, it was essentially a racing game, and in this mode, you raced around a city, so you weren't actually racing to complete something. You were just collecting stats, and then your character would get powered up. So you might go faster, you might do more damage, and then at the end of the city mode, you would go into an event. Maybe it was a battle, maybe it was a real race. And if you collected a bunch of speed stats, you know, you'd be better in a race, but you'd be worse in a battle, maybe. Coding was going fine, but I pretty much sunk into the design, couldn't quite claw my way out of it. Yeah. Yeah, and that's where prototyping, I think, can help. I don't think you can ever fully design a game on paper. I think you still need to play it at some point. And from there, other aspects of the design will all of a sudden become clear. And just like that, I also don't think you can fully prototype a game without ever writing something on paper and figuring out, like, where am I going with this? How do these systems work with each other? So I think you need both. And I think it's hard to figure out when you switch from one to the other sometimes. Tic-tac-toe. Yeah, you could just make tic-tac-toe, sure. You know what I mean, though. A game of appreciable length or complexity. So yeah, if you wanted to set out and make Tetris, like you already have it in your head how Tetris is played. Hey, Godzilla. All right, so I guess I'm not designing these so much anymore. The buff system I kind of want to avoid. I think I want to write that down. Where is that? Here, add more prototype abilities. Try not to design too many buffs slash debuffs that I can't quickly code. I don't want a full buff system unless it's very important. And it might be important. Game design is its own discipline. And I think there are, you know, it's not like everyone who's ever made a game is an expert in making a game. And so you see games out there that are very successful, but they have like weird game design decisions. And over the past even a decade, like game design has changed and what players expect. So if you look back to a game from, let's say, early 2000s, like there are going to be entire systems you don't necessarily expect. Like nowadays we expect fast travel in large games, but not every game had fast travel. And so some games are kind of tedious to go back to and play because you're like, I have to walk through the world? What is this? Decide on the base character and let the player build it however they want it. I think it just adds a lot more content for free. Yeah, I think so too. I think it can also dilute the class identity that you might have. So like if you look at a game like Diablo 2, which I know I keep bringing up as an example a lot, but the classes felt pretty unique. It's like the Necromancer was very much built around summoning and cursing. And so you had a different class fantasy than, say, the Sorceress, who was all about elemental damage. And I like that. In some games, it makes sense to combine them all, and you just have a character, and the character picks what they want, and so yeah, you end up with a fireball and a whirlwind ability or something like that, and that's your character. No one else has that one. Gotta be very open to big changes. Yeah, and the whole scrapping your dearest ideas, that can sometimes be tough. Did I write everything down that I had here? Design the warrior's abilities. I did that. Get rid of debug attacks in battle. Did I do that? I think it's part of this. Yeah, it is. Cool. Okay, yeah. All right. Nice. Well, let's see. I have a little bit of time. We can see if we can code this task. So add proper battle automation for the player's abilities. So this is really two parts. One is randomly picking an ability that's usable. And two is making sure your automation skill does something. So let's write this out. Randomly pick between any usable ability. Don't just always take the first one like this does now. And then make sure the automation skill actually works with the right percentages. Cool. And then eventually this should be the case, but this is a code cleanup thing, so let's write in a different thing. Oh, I did write this. I guess I'll just add one more little note here. Maybe enemies should have this maxed out by default. Not sure that actually matters. Update, and let's get to it. So randomly pick between any usable ability. So we have force usability here. So we're gonna just cut this out. And how does this work? We need to get the abilities that aren't on cooldown, or like, you know, var ready abilities. Get usable. Did I already code this? What? Oh man, this is gonna be easier than I thought then. Oh yeah, wow. Well, that's nice. Yeah, that's really nice. Okay, so then just randomly pick one of those. Var ability equals this dot pick random. Okay, but then what? We do this based on an ability? What? What was I thinking when I did this? Takes in an ability ID. What? I in range 3. I don't understand this. How is this a number? Huh. Oh my God, I understand this now. This is a total coincidence. It just so happens that the buttons were laid out. Debug attack 2, debug attack 3. And it also so happens that enumerations assign the values 0 upward. So these just happen to be 0, 1, 2, and 3. Or 0, 1, and 2, I mean. Oh my God. Wow. What a coincidence. This just happened to work. Okay, well, then that makes this even easier because all we need to do then is ability use ability.id and then say that you took your turn. And that's assuming you had an ability. So if ready abilities is like that, then great. Otherwise, this. Cool. Delete all that. Requires the subtype what? Constant's ability ID? Oh, this is an ability. This is actually an active ability. And there we go. Yeah. All right. So we are doing this wrong. Because I forgot. This now prevents you from manually controlling your character, right? Yeah, this is if ability button is queued. So we do need some of this stuff. Say copy change lines. So I guess first we go through your ability buttons and check that. So get the ability. If the ability cooldown is less than 0 and it's queued, then use it. This is going to be ability.id. And then say that you took the turn and everything. All right. So this will work, but it's kind of weird how it works. Yeah, ability is declared below. All right, I'm going to worry about refactoring this function later. For now, we're just going to do this. Refactor this function since it's a mess right now. But I think it should work, so let's go try it. So we get into a battle. It shouldn't do anything unless I pick an ability. Oh, right. That's not the case because I forgot I need to return false here. And then comment all this out. So this will test the first block that we have, which is can you still manually use abilities, get into a battle, good. So our turn bar fills up, cool. So now this paused and we can just click attack 3, for example, and we attack 3 enemies. We can queue up attack 2, that works, great. And now in the case where you didn't select that, now it should be based on how automated is your character. And this is something that is maybe a little bit tougher to do because now we only want to pause battles if based on a chance. So if you have a usable ability, what are we doing here? I guess let's say something like, wait, how will this work? So you have a 25% chance to automate your turn. And this assumes that you have a usable ability. I could see this working in a couple of different ways. Because turns don't align with you having an ability ready, I guess. Oh, but we check it here. So no, this should be fine. Maybe shortcut to usability. The no comments anywhere. So I don't think a lot of this needed comments. I think that was just a bug that happened to work. It's very rare that something like that lines up. Like I said, we had ability IDs that happened to be assigned 0, 1, and 2. And these were also just the indices of the buttons. So yeah, it was a bug. And that's why it didn't make sense. There's no way to know what all of your bugs are ahead of time to write comments for them. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to write a random number thing. So if randf, I think, is less than 0.5, so there's a 50% chance to pause. Otherwise, we'll take your turn for you. Take your turn for you. So I think that would happen over here. I guess you could override what's happening in battles. Actually, maybe that's a good idea. Probably is a good idea. All right, I think we can just put this here, though. Okay, let's just see if it works. It should. Yeah, so half the time it should wait for me to choose a button, and half the time it shouldn't. So it chose there. Chose there. It's been picking 2 both times. Also picked 2 again. Picked 3 that time. Picked 2. Maybe 3. I don't actually know. Picked 2 that time. So it has never actually let me choose. So I probably broke something. Now, can I override this? Can I just always pick 3 and it'll always attack 3 things? It looks like yes, which is functionality I do want to have. Oh, wait, no, maybe that didn't work. I can't tell. It's very hard. Yeah, it looks like it's working. So I'm just not getting it to pause here. And I see why. I see. Because of this. Yeah, so in our case, we want to just use an ability for you. Okay, so fine. Automatically use ability. Void. There we go. Well, I guess it does take in a Boolean. A Boolean. Okay, so we put this here too. All right, now we don't have a return false here anymore, which we need. And then this is where we put this code, automatically usability. You must have a usable ability at this point too. Okay, so let's try that. Maybe this works. If so, that's pretty much the whole task. I'm not really applying a lot of thought as I think about this. I'm mostly thinking about food right now. So let's see. Okay, chose attack 2. Okay, so now here it's paused for me. It's never going to just pick for me. So I pick debug attack. It's not going to do anything. If I pick 3, did attack 3. Okay, there it chose for me. Chose attack 3. And now I realize we could just look at which one's cooling down to figure out which one it chose. So I got to pick that time. It chose for me. Yeah, nice. Very interesting. So if you queue up okay, that might be a bug. I don't know. I don't know how people treat that. But like if you queue up an attack and it's not actually ready and the AI chooses for you, then it will override what you had queued up. I can't repro this now because it's not working out in my favor. Come on. Huh, weird. There it goes. Yeah. All right, very interesting. Looks like it's working. We got to have that pull in the actual automation chance. So randomly pick any usable ability is done. Make sure the automation skill actually works at the right percentage. So that part's not totally finished yet. This should be is less than automation skill. Or no. Character, player, primary, battle character, character data, automation level times 0.25. And maybe we say less than or equal to. All right. Wait. That's it. That's if we pause it. So I want greater than. Let me see if that's correct. So it's 0. It's always going to be greater than. No, greater than or equal to. Ooh, I don't know. Can randef generate the number 1? Yes, it can. Okay, so then this technically won't work. How do we get it to always work then? I guess we do make this a less than or equal to, and then just swap the conditions, this and here. So technically this could still automate your, yeah, because it can generate 0 as well. So there's no way to do this with just this. I do need an extra if statement, I guess. So if it's less than this, or automation level equals 1. Actually, it's 4. And then we need to swap this around still. So I need a special case for if this is 0. We want it to be paused. Or generate a number from 1 to 100, you're saying? Also, hey, Tune. If I do 1 to 100, no, I still need a special consideration for that. Let me just do this. So var is fully automated. Bool is equal to, yeah, this. So if you're fully automated, or if I guess we're gonna need to do a greater than here. 1 minus this times that. All right, is this correct finally? So if your automation level is 0, then this will never be true. Yeah. And if your automation level is 1, then it's rand f is greater than 0.75. All right, I think this is correct. So basically, the way this is going to work now is we're always going to be manually controlled at first. So it should never pick an ability for me. Good. So it did not. I should really make this go faster, huh? Okay, let's do that. I think it's the number 2.5 somewhere. Yeah, here it is. Time until turn reset value. So let's set this to just 0.5. So now every half second we get a turn, and it should never pick for me. Good, 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 good. Yeah, so it's never picking for me. Now we open up the skill tree, and I click 1. And now it should pick. Actually, let's max it out, because I don't know if any of this is going to work. Now it should always pick for me. Yeah. Pretty cool. Yeah, pretty cool. Okay, so now we need to try the intermediate values. So when I put 1 point into this, okay, I just did it 3 times in a row, which is possible. Now I chose 2 turns, 3 turns, 4 turns. Yeah. I mean, this is probably correct. I'm not like really scientifically going about doing this. I just want to see if it roughly added up to what I thought it should. All right, now we're going to do it half the time. So I should be able to pick half the time now. So I picked 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 5. So 4 out of 5, 5 out of 6, 5 out of 7. Yeah, that's probably correct. All right, and now we're going to do it unscientifically with 3 points. Now I should rarely be able to pick my own attack. Yeah, I think this is working. And even if they're not exactly accurate, as long as it never does it at either extreme, it should never automate it when you have no points, and it should never let you have to manually pick when you have full points. So yeah. Don't use greater than sign. I'll have to read this later. Yeah. Still making the same mistakes you made 10 years ago. Yeah, that is pretty rude. I mean, with that said, I can kind of see both sides of this. Like, my wife, for whatever reason, still has a hard time with left versus right. And sometimes that has consequences. And yeah, like, you know, turn left up at this traffic light. And yeah, you turn left, and then you added 4 minutes onto a trip by not being able to take the correct turn. So I sort of get it. Laughed pretty hard when he said it. Yeah. I think instead of a whole sentence. Oh yeah, right. This is just prototype line right now. It shouldn't say that at all. I think eventually, like ideally, there'd be a UI dedicated for this. All right, so I think we're good here. Yeah, I think we're good here. I think I've coded both these things. So I think that's it. I think I'm gonna get going, and I'll just write where I left off is checking this in, I suppose. So where I left off, check this in, and then mark it as done. That's the whole L and L fingers to check. Very funny, Ember. So yeah, post lunch, we're going to tackle some of these things, which is mostly adding in abilities. Yeah. I mean, look, like I said, we're making great progress. I can see a world where this is completable by the end of next week. But all right, I'm going to get going to lunch. So I'll be back in about an hour maybe, and we'll carry on with the abilities. Oh, what else do I want to say about this? Oh yeah, probably no stream tomorrow. Almost certainly no stream tomorrow. And then Wednesday, I'm going to do an interview for an hour. So of the 6 hours I typically stream, we'll do 1/6 of that'll be for interviewing. And yeah, that's about it. So hopefully see you in about an hour. Take care, everybody. Bye.